p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent and equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richard. Oh. Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Would you please call the roll?
Colonel Alvarado,
Here.
Colonel Cole,
Present.
Mr. Lopez,
Here.
Mrs. Hardy,
Here.
Miss Maradi,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett,
Here.
Mrs. Matheson. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Matheson is expected. Mrs. Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Here.
Thank you.
Ms.
Board
Richardson.
has a quorum.
At this time, we will have the introduction of building administrators new to the district or new to their positions, and they will be introduced at this time.
Thank you. I'm Kate LaPlante, and I'm happy to introduce 3 new elementary principals. I'm going to invite Linda Kang up first. Linda Kang began her teaching career in 1992 as a 5th grade teacher in Louisiana. She has also taught in Los Angeles, rural Alaska, and of course here in Fairbanks, Alaska. Most recently, she was serving our district as assistant principal at Lathrop High School for the past 6 years. One of her favorite roles at Lathrop was working with the Innovations Academy program students and staff. Linda also enjoys taking candid photos of family and friends and students and teachers in their element. She's looking forward to getting to know students and families on a daily basis at school events at North Pole Elementary School. Welcome, Linda. Thank you. I'd like to invite Imperatrice Stephanie Milner from Midnight Sun Elementary School. This marks Imperatrice Stephanie Milner's 16th year in education. She started her career teaching in a bilingual Spanish-English preschool in Texas, where she also participated in pageants and was the second runner-up for the Miss Latina United States for Texas in 2005. Since then, she has taught 4th grade, 3rd grade, K-1, 4-5, and been an assistant principal and a principal. Imperatrice is thrilled to be part of the Midnight Sun Elementary School team and looks forward to getting to be immersed in the Midnight Sun community and getting to know her new community of North Pole. Welcome. And I'd like to invite Rachel Blackwell from Arctic Light Elementary School. Rachel Blackwell has been working in education for over 10 years. She's worked with students from pre-K through 8th grade. Rachel started in the district as a 6th grade teacher at Joy Elementary and then worked for several years at Ladd Elementary teaching kindergarten, 4th, and 5th grade. She served as the assistant principal at Tanana for 3 years and is excited to now be in the adventure of the new role of principal of Arctic Light Elementary School. Rachel is looking forward to building positive relationships with students and families at Arctic Light and helping them be successful in their educational journey. In her free time, Rachel volunteers for local theater organizations and enjoys teaching improv and directing plays. So welcome our new elementary principals.
Greetings. My name is Sarah Gillum, and I am excited to announce all of the secondary principals, which there's a lot of them, so we're going to chunk them a little bit. So first, we'll start with our 3 new principals. So first, I'll invite up Neil Hecht. Neil has been in education since January 2006. He started his career as a kindergarten teacher and then worked as a third and second grade teacher, an instructional technology facilitator, and a high school assistant principal in North Carolina. Neil moved to Alaska in 2016, where he worked in Kodiak and was the principal of Kodiak High School. He then moved to Fairbanks in 2002 and worked as the assistant director of human resources before becoming the principal at Lathrop High School. Neil shared that he enjoys spending time with family and coming to work and watching high school sports and activities, and he looks forward to continuing to build the community at Lathrop. Next, I'll invite up Rich Harrelson, principal at North Pole Middle School, and he might not be here. I don't see him, but Rich is in his 13th year of education. He started as a middle and high school teacher in rural Alaska, teaching every subject in grades 6 through 12 and coaching several sports. Rich moved to Fairbanks 3 years ago and became an assistant principal at Lathrop High School before accepting the principal position at North Pole Middle School. When not at school, Rich is an avid outdoorsman, and Rich is most looking forward to building relationships with the staff, students, and families in North Pole. And next, I'll invite up Mark Winford. Mark is the interim principal at West Valley High School. Mark is in his 26th year in education. His experience spans 10 years as a high school English teacher in Washington State, 5 years as an assistant principal at West Valley High School, and most recently 10 years as the principal at North Pole Elementary. Mark is a West Valley High School graduate and loves to cycle and ski. Additionally, his family has an embarrassing amount of board games, to the tune of around 400. It's amazing. He is excited to be reunited with the entire West Valley community again, students, staff, and parents, and excited to work with the school community to help West Valley continually improve and grow as a school. Please welcome our new principals. There we go. You guys can. To keep chunking it up, next I'm going to do our middle school principals and our split junior-senior high. So I would like to invite up Daniel Sarlito, the assistant principal at Ryan Middle School. Daniel has a broad range of experience in public and private school communities across all grade levels, serving as a teacher and building administrator with a prior career in the high-tech industry. A few years ago, he moved from Western Washington to Western Alaska in Bethel to work with the Yupik and Athabascan populations within a dual language and high-need school district. His goal is simple: to make a positive difference in the lives of others. Outside of the school day, Dan enjoys exploring new places and meeting new people. He values his time with family and always appreciates a good cup of coffee. He looks forward to each day. Next, I'll invite up Elise Horvath, who is assistant principal at Tanana Middle School. Elise Horvath has been in education for 13 years, and before moving into administration was a middle school orchestra teacher. She was most recently a substitute at Ladd Elementary, and prior to that was teaching in Texas. Outside of the school day, Elise is a big hockey and college football fan, go Dallas Stars and TCU. And this year, she is looking forward to building relationships in her community, and having a baby. Next, I'd like to invite up Jacob Glenn, who is assistant principal at Ben Eielson Junior-Senior High School. Jacob Glenn is starting his 14th year in education and began his career at a school where his own high school chemistry teacher turned principal hired him as a chemistry teacher. He has also served as a curriculum resource teacher, providing support to teachers as an instructional coach, and his most recent position was teaching biology and AP chemistry in North Carolina. Jacob has a personal interest in always trying something new when given the opportunity. We're glad you're here in Alaska. And this year, he is looking forward to growing as a professional and starting to become an administrator that is known for being involved with students' education, parental engagement, and teacher and staff development. This is our middle school and junior high school assistant principals. Next, I'm happy to introduce our high school assistant principals, and I will start by inviting up Greg Clark, who is the interim assistant principal at Lathrop High School. Greg has been working for the Fairbanks, I'll wait till they're done, sorry. There's just so many, so I was trying to keep them, okay. Which is so exciting. Greg Clark has been working for the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District for over 15 years. During that time, he has held many different roles, including safety assistant, teacher, and administrator. Most recently, he has been a STEAM and computer science teacher at Ryan Middle School for the past 3 years. Greg loves the outdoors, and this summer he worked with scientists from around the nation on the Juneau ice fields and at the Toolik Lake Research Center. This year, he looks forward to seeing and connecting with students he has had in class in the past and getting to know as many new students as possible. Next, I'd like to invite up Julie Dennehy Eberhardt, Assistant Principal at Lathrop High School. Julie has been a part of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District for 14 years. She has filled the roles of special education paraprofessional both at Lathrop and at West Valley while she completed her degrees. She then became a teacher at Hutchison High School and Tanana Middle School, and most recently she was at Randy Smith Middle School for 5 years teaching English and history. In her free time, she likes to develop her interests in landscaping and archery, and this year is looking forward to supporting her fellow educators in her new role. Next, I would like to invite up Caitlin Osborne, who is Assistant Principal at North Pole High School. And they can see you better. Okay. This is Caitlin's 7th year in the district, and prior to accepting the position of assistant principal at North Pole High School, she was head teacher at Discovery Peak Charter School for 1 year and spent 5 years as a special education teacher at Boreal Sun. Caitlin was born and raised in the Fairbanks area and has lived in North Pole for 12 years. During her time off, she enjoys spending time with her family and being outdoors. Caitlin is looking forward to continuing to learn and grow as an administrator this year while supporting both staff and students. North Pole High School has such a great team, and she is thrilled to be working with them. Okay, you guys are so good at this. Next, I would like to invite up Eston Jennings, who is assistant principal at West Valley High School. Eston is in her 21st year as an educator. She has taught at the elementary, middle, and high school levels in general, gifted, and special education. She has also been in the roles of coordinator, principal, and director. In the world of educational bingo, she won. Most recently, she moved to Fairbanks from Tok, Alaska, where she was serving as the director of teaching and learning. When not in school, Eston enjoys drawing and has even published a book about her Boston Terrier, Moo Moo. This year, she has enjoyed the energy of being in a school and is looking forward to building relationships in the community. And last, I would like to introduce April Scott, who is assistant principal at West Valley High School, and I didn't see her. So, originally born and raised in New Mexico, April Scott is going on her 17th year in education, and with PCS moves, she has been to too many wonderful places to count. However, during that time, she has held many roles from coach, secondary math and English teacher, secondary curriculum coordinator, and most recently, assistant principal at Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. This year, she is looking forward to get to know even more of the community. Welcome to our high school assistant principals.
My espresso's gonna be kicking in. Good evening. I have the honor and the pleasure of introducing our charter and alternative programs and schools administrators. First, Kara Candelaria. Kara is actually a homegrown product of Fairbanks. She attended Pearl Creek Elementary, Ryan Middle School, and graduated from West Valley High School. She then attended UAF, earning both her master's and bachelor's degree. Kara's been working in education since 2005, with her majority of her career taught at Lathrop High School. She has done a short stint at Ryan, teaching Spanish and English, and at North Pole High. She then became an e-learning teacher, teaching Spanish since 2016 with our e-learning program. Most recently, she's been an education specialist with Best Homeschool, and I'm telling you, we love her, love her, love her. She enjoys traveling, lifting weights for fun, and she's very involved in community youth music programs and is currently the president of the Fairbanks Youth Orchestra. She's looking forward to working hard and motivated with her motivated team that she has. She really motivates them. And they are looking forward for her. They were trying to come tonight so they could say hi and root her on. But Kara's here to make our program even stronger than it already is at Best Homeschool. Next, we have Afrika Beatty. Afrika began her career as an elementary school teacher where she has impacted many, many students' lives. She then transitioned in the role of instructional facilitator, an adult education program, a high school teacher, cheerleading coach, e-learning teacher, and now she is in SMART. Her passion for creativity has been a constant companion outside of her career. She considers herself a creative designer because she's always looking for novel ways to incorporate creativity into her teaching strategies. A second aspect of her identity is her dedication to lifelong learning. She believes that education is a journey that lasts a lifetime, and she's always searching for new information and perspectives to enrich her teaching and better serve her students. This year, she anticipates fulfilling her mission that's near and dear to her heart, which is providing at-risk students with novel and transformative learning opportunities. It's her intention to provide students with necessary guidance, support, innovative learning, and realize so they can help with their potential, which we did today. I'm telling you, today she saved a student. Afrika has an unwavering dedication to growth and development of students and their young minds. Her passion for creativity, commitment to perpetual learning, and a genuine concentration on at-risk students. And I'm so happy she joined us this year. Thank you. Stacy Kennedy is next. This is Stacy's 24th year in education and her 10th year with Fairbanks. She came to us from Idaho in 2005. Stacy worked at the Bering Strait School District, Copper River School District, the Alaska Statewide Teacher Mentor Project, and now here in Fairbanks, where she was an assistant principal at Lathrop, and then she spent 7 years at Anderson Elementary. She brings lots of knowledge and dedication, and I'm going to say courage, to her new spot as the director of North Star College. She enjoys spending time out in the sun whenever possible. She loves being in the company of her family and traveling. Stacy is thankful and excited for this new leadership position and being able to see North Star College come to its fruition. She recognizes that many great minds help create the vision, and she's very appreciative of this opportunity. She's jumped in full force, and she's been busy working since July. Thank you, Stacy. Nathan Pitt. Nathan started his career in education working with students with disabilities after graduating from UAF, and then also worked as a substitute with our school district. He then went on to the University of Alaska Southeast in Juneau to pursue his teaching career. He taught for 4 years at Little Diomede Island and then went to Nome, where he worked as a distance learning facilitator and education technology specialist. He then started pursuing his degree in educational leadership from UAA. He moved to Healy as the principal for Tri-Valley School, where he was there for 7 years. Last year, he came to us as the director for virtual learning and Best Homeschool. When he saw the position open for Discovery Peak, he jumped at the opportunity to be part of that school with its strong connections to community, personalized learning, and intentional physical activity. This year, he looks forward with connecting with his parents and students as well as community members. He did want me to share with you, I'm not going to share it, that his passion is for running. He has a running streak as of today, should be 1,162 days straight in a row. And in 8 days, he'll be at Gump Day, which to me was really interesting. So that's with Forrest Gump, where he had 3 years, 2 months, 14 days, and 16 hours. So welcome, everybody. And again, it's my honor and privilege to present them to you.
And now we have the school board would like to welcome Colonel Jason Cole, the board's new Fort Wainwright Garrison Commander and School Board Representative, replacing Colonel Nathan S. Surrey. Welcome, sir. Next on our agenda is the ESP of the month. And Heather Stewart, Ryan Junior High School principal, will make the presentation. Ms. Sherry Smith, Ryan Junior High School Counseling Secretary, will be recognized as the ESP of the month for September 2023.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to introduce and recognize Ms. Sherry Smith to you this evening. Ms. Sherry works tirelessly as Ryan's counseling secretary. She takes her job very seriously and is always willing to go above and beyond. She makes herself available to assist anyone in the school, teachers, support staff, students, families, and guests. Ms. Sherry is one of the first people that students and families come in contact with, and her friendly and helpful manner makes everyone feel welcome. Not only is she responsible for keeping all of our student records up to date, she has also helped train new secretaries and is cross-trained to fill in for the administrative secretary if needed. Ms. Sherry does all this with poise and grace. Ms. Sherry is like a walking yearbook. She knows almost every student and family by name. If I need to know who somebody is, I call Ms. Sherry in. No matter how chaotic the office gets, Ms. Sherry is always calm and professional in her interactions with our school community. Ms. Sherry's outstanding customer service shines as a light on our school and our district. Ms. Sherry makes Ryan a friendly and comfortable place for staff, students, and families. There you go. Thank you.
The next item on our is the adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda by consensus?
I would actually like to move to postpone Resolutions 2024-04 honoring Indigenous Peoples' Day and Resolutions 2024-05 recognizing LGBTQ months until the committee has time to get together and do the work. It did not come before us until Thursday, and we had a Labor Day weekend where nothing was able to be discussed, so I would like to postpone this until the committee can get together.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Yes, is there any discussion? Mr. Dorn?
Could you just clarify which committee?
Oh, thank you.
So we have a resolutions committee that President Sanderson put together, which consisted of 3 of us. And we were supposed to get together for actually the resolution that came before us at our first meeting. And when we passed that, I had a lot of questions. I went ahead and did it, but when I got home, I went and looked over. We were supposed to meet about that over the summer. We never ended up meeting about it. And so I would like to make sure that we're getting things through the committees like they're supposed to be before they make it to the agenda. So I would like the 3 of us to meet and work out both of these resolutions, and then we can bring them forward at a next meeting.
Okay, I need a clarification. Was that your committee? Or, go ahead. Is there additional comment from anybody else? Okay. I'll take Ms. Hardy.
So I am also on that committee, and no, it did not meet. We couldn't even get together to do policy work over the summer, given that everyone has very diverse and different schedules. My life became a lot more complicated. It is also an ad hoc committee. It's not like any of the other committees. And so it does not have to meet. It was created and we could do work, but there are reasons why I don't believe an ad hoc committee is an appropriate way to approach these resolutions. A committee of the whole would be far more appropriate if we are going to do that. That being said, I have no problem supporting the way that we have traditionally done resolutions, where they come before the board and we discuss them that way. There has not been a breach in protocol.
Ms. Moretti?
Thank you, and thanks for the update, Ms. Burnett. However, I see a lot of people in the audience, and I think that they were expecting to talk about this tonight. And we were given about the same amount of time that we've been given for the last, well, since 2019 or 2018. So I'm gonna, due to the time commitment that people have given us tonight, I'm gonna probably not support this motion, although I appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and hopefully that work can be come to fruition next year when this resolution comes up again. And I do also support Ms. Hardy's idea of a committee of the whole. I believe that's how other government bodies do that kind of work, and I would love to see us try to do that.
Mr. Dorn, did you have a final comment?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to vote against a postponement because I appreciate the idea and Sanderson's initiative to try and put a resolutions ad hoc committee together. I think it is good to look at these. Best intents, it didn't happen, but these two resolutions are ones that we have done multiple times. We do try and update things as we go. These are still very timely, and I'm concerned in postponing them both for those who may have come to testify tonight and sent in testimony in the last couple of days, as well as for the fact that in the timeliness of these, both would recognize things that come pretty quickly and are important to our overall audience and listeners, our students and families. And they've anticipated this, and I think it's important for us to continue on with that action. But would encourage that maybe we can do, however we look at our reviewing our resolutions across the board, that we do move forward with that intent, but that it not stymie moving forward with these resolutions at this time.
Seeing no additional comments or any other comments. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote on this motion to postpone, correct? Go ahead.
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Colonel Cole,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion failed.
Okay.
So I move to adopt the agenda with consent items by consensus.
1 second. I had waited. Can I just move to reorder the agenda? Ms. O'Neill called and said that she won't be able to get here until 6:45 to give the Borough Assembly report.
No, we'll just, when she comes, we'll acknowledge and set her in. Thank you for that. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn.
We need a second.
Okay. Well,
Okay, I'll restate the motion.
please do.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items by consensus.
Second.
Okay. It's been, okay. The next item that we have is public comments on reports and agendas. And the first person that has signed up for the report is Carol Smallwood. Are you in person or are you in Zoom? Okay. If you will come to the podium and state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes to testify. I'm going to check your mic. You check your mic, make sure it's green.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm the Library Media Specialist at University Park. I'm addressing your resolution 2024-05 concerning recognizing LGBTQ.
Oh, I'm
History
sorry,
Month.
ma'am. This, right now, this is on non-agenda items.
Okay.
You're testifying.
Okay.
Okay.
In a non-agenda item, President Trump has stated that when he is back in the White House, he will use every available authority to cut federal funding to any school, college, airline, or public transportation system that imposes a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate. He also states, quote, "To every COVID tyrant who wants to take away our freedom, hear these words. We will not comply, so don't even think about it," end quote. I'm making you aware of this ahead of anything you may want to impose in our school district. We now know how much damage the last lockdown and masking did to our children, and for that, we still hold you all accountable. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Smallwood? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Barbara Tyndall. If you'll please come forward. And,
I think this is the agenda item.
oh,
I'm sorry if I.
this is, oh, you are correct.
So if this is on the agenda, I may speak. Is that my understanding? We aren't on the agenda yet, right?
You want to speak on the resolution, not yet?
I do. I want to.
Okay, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Richardson, if I'm off, just go ahead and interrupt me and keep me on task. Thank you. And, oh, okay, yes, so I have your name twice. And I would like to just apologize for my voice. I'm just congested, and this is what I'm sounding like tonight. Is there any other person in our audience for non-agenda items? Yeah, please come forward and state your name. Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name is Sue Wilken Fairbanks, Wilken. Just in case you missed the big reveal a week or so ago, that's the big truck. This is the truck we've been waiting for 3 years. These trucks are unprecedented. We love trucks that are used for commerce. These trucks haul millions of tons of unprocessed rocks, and they are industrial. They're taking the rocks over public 2-lane highways. These rocks are 99% waste, and gold is not a critical mineral. I asked Black Gold where these trailers, these purpose-built trailers were tested for subarctic conditions. He said they weren't. They will be collecting data on test runs on the highway they will share with school buses. Next month, it's going to snow. 2 to 4 trips an hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We aren't against the mine. We aren't against the mill. We're against this decision to use our 2-lane roads. They are not, and it's not an industrial road. They need to either build an industrial road, build a mill, at Toke, which makes more jobs. Where is our moral obligation for health safety of 100,000 people on the corridor? Last month, Kinney Engineering identified 48 bus stops, many with bad sight lines. Of course, that's 48 bus stops, but a bus is stopping at some of these stops 4 times a day. As parents, grandparents, leaders, we should be paying attention. We need to pay attention and make sure that these trucks do not get on our roads. We need to make sure they go back to the drawing board to figure out how to get the ore to Fort Knox without killing people.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there a comment? Ms. Matheson has a comment or clarification?
Quick question. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Wilkins, can you tell me how long you've lived here in Fairbanks?
Since 55.
One more. Would you consider yourself an expert of Fairbanks?
I think I know a lot about Fairbanks, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Sir, come on ahead and please state your name, spelling your last name, and you have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Ryan Purucker, P-U-R-U-C-K-E-R, Fairbanks. I just wanted to bring something to the board's attention. Some people have been noticing some board members wearing union pins and union shirts. I'm a union worker. I've been working union 11 years now, and I have no problems with unions, but I don't know if maybe you're aware if maybe wearing teacher union pins and t-shirts might come off as maybe some of your decisions might be a little biased because a lot of people vote for you, and when they don't vote for a teachers union, so when they see you up here wearing teacher union stuff, to some people it might seem like your decision's a little biased. And whoever you support, that's cool, but just, maybe not wear teacher union stuff to your board meetings. Just something I noticed that some other people noticed, and they just brought that up, and I said, maybe it's not a conscious thing you thought about, but it is something to think about. That's all I had.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else in the audience at this time on non-agenda items like will come forward? Seeing no one else, the testimony is closed on this portion of our agenda. Has Ms. O'Neill arrived yet? Okay, we'll move on with reports. And the next report would be my report. And tonight I would like to start my report by first of all congratulating our teachers and our education support professionals and the students in our community for a successful start of the school year. And I really want it to be a good year for all of our students. I'm thankful for the new leadership of our district by Superintendent Dr. Marnett. I'm grateful for the renewed commitment of the administrative staff, and I'm hopeful that as a school board, we can be student-focused on all that we do. I am more committed to provide student academic success and multiple pathways for our students to be educated in our district. I am resolute in this focus due to the fact that I am resolute in my focus to do all that I can for our students, and I have made a recommitment in the light of a great loss of my grandson, who was full of brightness, potential, and love. I want to thank Mr. Doran for his leadership as he stepped in for me. I want to thank the district leadership team and the board for the flowers and the card and your prayers that I am being sustained by, me and my family, as we journey through this place of loss. And as I have reflected over this past couple of days and weeks, we have to make time count. Every bit, every moment, every second. Our students are depending on us to provide for them and put things in place for them so that when they leave our schools, that they are prepared and ready. And I'm ever committed to make that happen. And I just want to thank you for your support as I'm walking through this place that don't want to walk through. Next, just want to go to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Dr. Marner will provide his report to the board and our community.
Thank you, President Sanderson. I would echo your sentiments that the school year is off to an excellent start and a tremendous amount of energy and passion is evident at all of our schools. I'd like to start by giving a special shout out to our elementary educators for working so hard, learning how to working so hard and learning how to utilize our new language arts materials. I had the opportunity to attend our professional learning day with our educators on Friday, and it's apparent how much work is going into implementing these new materials. These new material packages are extremely complex and take a tremendous amount of planning and learning on the part of our educators to put into action. My message to our educators is don't let perfection get in the way of progress. I know how hard it is. I know it is hard and tedious work to implement these new materials. Pick up and implement components as you can and don't stress, as you are all amazing educators and we're lucky to have you working with our students. Little by little, we will get there, and please keep in contact with your building principal and our teaching and learning department on how we can continue to support the work you are doing. We are here to support, encourage, and partner with educators in their learning so they can continue to support and educate their students. As a part of acknowledging all this work that elementary teachers are doing, one PLC a month will be set aside for teachers to work on their Keys to Literacy class, learn more about new materials, or have the time to dig into student data. That set aside time will go into effect this month, and principals will work with their teachers on establishing this schedule. Last meeting, I shared several successes from our summer school program, and tonight I'd like to share some additional data that was recently compiled for me. We had 172 students participate in accelerated or original credit classes, which means over 86 credits were earned throughout the summer school for these students. In addition, our credit recovery program served a significant amount of students, 193 in total, and those students recovered over 269 classes. In addition, Effie Cochran hosted their own credit recovery program, and they had 23 high school students participate and 35 grades were recovered. I'd like to thank A&E for providing the teachers and the funding for those teachers, and a big thank you to FNA for providing lunch for our students. The Fairbanks North Star Borough School District recently received a Pete Taylor Partnership Award recently in conjunction with several other partners that last year helped host a Day in the Life event at Pioneer Park. The event drew over 700 community members with a great turnout for children. The event was recognized on the national stage as the best individual program project in all of the military branches, so something to be very proud of. In our transportation update, we'll have the Durham representative here tonight via Zoom, but I did want to touch on, we'll be sending out communications this week about our new bus tracking and notification system that I mentioned at the last meeting. One thing to note, and this was brought up at our last meeting, is that while Durham does have a component in their contract to provide us with a notification system, that would rely on bus registrations, which our transportation team does not currently have the capacity to do, given we only have 3 employees in that department. So this is why we have created our own system in the meantime to benefit guardians in schools, and a huge thank you to Kevin Hennevold for hand creating that program. Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, in partnership with UAF, is hosting a college and career fair at the Wood Center on October 9th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is an exciting event, an event that was hosted pre-COVID, but we haven't been able to do it since this year, so it's great to bring it back. Good opportunity for our juniors and seniors that are interested in potentially attending a university here in the near future. We will provide transportation for juniors and seniors, and those interested in attending that career fair can work with their principals on doing so. An update on enrollment. The district has completed our 10-day count period. During this time, the district administration examines enrollments at schools class sizes and open vacancies and adjust staffing as necessary. This is a difficult process as transfers are always disruptive to the staff member being transferred and for schools losing teachers. But I do want to thank our educators and parents for being patient as things are settling down with staffing and as we moved appropriate staff to appropriate buildings. Our enrollment is down approximately 150 students this year. We saw the largest loss in our military-connected schools, and we're significantly down from the number of kindergarten students we projected. I'm hopeful that we might continue to see students trickle into the district prior to our October count, which is the month that they officially count our students and provide revenue for those students. If you're a family that has been on the fence about enrolling in one of our schools, including Best Homeschool, we run open enrollment all year long and would love to have you join our district. As I've shared with you in past board updates, our communications team will be audited this year by the National School Public Relations Association, short for NESPRA. This process will start with a feedback survey, and you might have seen an email go out to parents and guardians today regarding that survey. The survey opens up on September 20th, and the board will receive a report at the next meeting from our executive director, Rebecca Herbie, outlining the process of that audit and providing board members with the chance to ask any questions they may have. Lastly, I'd like to touch on district partnerships. At the last meeting, the board updated policy 1156.1. As a part of that update, the superintendent is directed to develop a procedure and method for recognizing major gifts and donations as appropriate. I'll share that plan with you in this week's board update, but I did want to highlight a new webpage for you and the public. If you currently visit the district website right now and navigate to our district tab and select partner with Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, there is a brand new page built. Right now it's fairly basic, but it will get added to. And one thing I wanted the board to be aware of is there's a new donor wall that already has partner names added to it from donors that we've received this year. This is just one of the many ways that we'll recognize our amazing community partners that are invaluable to the services we provide our district. And this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Marotti.
Thank you for that report. Real quick though, quick question. The communication survey, you said it opens 9:20. Does it open 9:20 or it's open now until 9:20?
Is Rebecca here?
Yes, she is. It's open now and it closes 9:20.
Thanks for the clarification.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Right, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, Mr. Minot, for that report. Dr. Minot, I should say. Still getting used to it. Two quick questions. One is just a clarification when you mentioned earlier about Best Homeschool and open enrollment all year round, but also just for our listening audience that if there are circumstances, any of our schools, so if they may be in another homeschool program, decide that it's good opportunity for, or their family circumstances change, they can't do homeschool, they might want them in regular school, or a neighbor moves in, to remind your neighbors that, yeah, get your children enrolled right now. So just that clarification there. The other question I had, and it just came to us this afternoon, so you may not have had a chance to go into it, but it's regarding the Geist pedestrian bridge. And we know you had talked about it earlier and sent out notices that it was being demolished. Nice, clean job that DOT did on there. But the projection was it would be rebuilt next summer. But the question came up whether this is something that we will need to work with the assembly on in order to make sure it gets on the plan. And gets underway, or where does that stand?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're still trying to dig into who would be responsible for that reconstruction. We've connected with DOT, and I'm not sure that the school district plays a formal role in that process, other than they're very aware that we're interested in having the pedestrian bridge rebuilt because it definitely benefits the safety of our students and staff that want to cross that road. And so we're digging into that, requesting more information from DOT and how we can help support that effort, and we're hopeful that that returns next summer for the start of the 24-25 school year.
Just to follow up, so as you're getting that if the board needs to get involved to help promote that, advocate for it, we'll look forward to that information.
Absolutely.
Ms. Matheson?
Dr. Meinert, the enrollment, the 10-day count, you said there was 150, we are 150 students down. What is our total right now at that 10-day count?
I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me, but I can definitely get that to you either later this evening. Andy, I don't know if you have that number off the top of your head.
So our Power School number is at about 12,525.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I see that Ms. O'Neill is in the house. If you want to come forward, we appreciate your being with us this evening for the Borough Assembly report.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the school board. Thanks for having us this evening. My name is Mindy O'Neill, and I'm here to represent the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly and a report to the school board. So I am happy to report that funding was finally approved by the Assembly under Ordinance 2023-47 to utilize $2.1 million in remaining funds from the Eielson Junior Senior High School. That goes back to the school board and the school district. The Assembly made a decision from an ordinance that was presented by the mayor to combine the Early Childhood Development Commission with the Library Commission, and is now the Library and Literacy Commission. In Ordinance 2023-42, we approved an increase of rates for solid fuel burning appliances. And so that went from to a $10,000 reimbursement for wood and coal stove and $2,000 for a pellet stove. And finally, I'd just like to remind the administration here that we have a deadline of October 1 for any community infrastructure projects. That's our KIP program. And so this is, if you remember, this is a 2-year process, and this is the year for nominations. And so any proposals for maintenance for school buildings that are not already in the queue is, this is the time to do that before October 1. And that concludes my report. Thanks for having me.
Are there any questions? Okay, Ms. Harvey?
Since we mentioned it during the president's report, would the Geist Road pedestrian bridge fall under the KIP, or do you know where that plays with the Borough Assembly?
Wasn't it already taken down?
To be rebuilt.
Oh, to be rebuilt. I do not know anything about that. Sorry. I think that's probably a DOT project, though. Going off the cuff.
Seeing no further questions, Ms. O'Neill, we thank you for your report.
Thanks so much for your service.
So at this time, we have no unfinished business, and we will move into our action items, new business. And first up is our tentative agreement between the district and FEA were reached on August the 3rd, 2023, and was ratified by a vote of FEA members on August 31st, 2023. The agreement is effective from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
Move to ratify the tentative agreement between the Fairbanks Education Association and the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education for the period July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026.
Second.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay. Is there anyone in the public audience that would like to testify?
Evening, guys. I missed you.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Ryan. I'm a retired teacher, and I have done the lion's share of my 36 years in teaching high school mathematics and computer science right here in Fairbanks. I have the pleasure of being the immediate past president of the Fairbanks Education Association. I would like to thank you all for getting us to the place where you can vote on a ratification. I appreciate the work, the time, the sweat, the blood, and the tears that was involved in getting us here. We know it took us a long time in the process and many times was challenging. However, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, we know that the challenge isn't over yet. We're going to face crises, but now we know if we face them together and we work together, we can accomplish about anything. So I encourage you to work with your associations, your staff, to help them, management, and students, most of all, in reaching the very best for our students each and every day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan, for your testimony. And we have Danette Peterson, if you will still come forward.
Good evening. Danette Peterson, current president of FEA, Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N, residing in Fairbanks. It's always tough to follow Sandy Ryan. First, I want to thank you for your service. I know that your service extends far beyond these Tuesday night meetings, and I appreciate you adding this to the agenda immediately following FEA's ratification vote. I hope tonight that this is an easy decision for the school board. On Thursday, August 31st, our membership voted on the tentative agreement. Voting on a tentative agreement is one of the most important actions that our membership takes. And it was taken with a great deal of information. We pushed out to 22 plus buildings over the past weeks, and I feel like our membership knew what they were voting on and they had great knowledge about the tentative agreement. A strong majority of our voting members, 77%, supported the tentative agreement. I'm grateful that the teams were able to avoid arbitration and grateful that we don't have uncertainty for our community moving forward. Ratification will allow us to move forward with a future focus over the next 3 years. Immediately, it allows us to focus on student learning. In the long term, it allows us to partner with you, school board members, administrators, and other educators to use our educator voices on behalf of our students. As we talk to our legislators in Juneau, we address the borough and talk to members in our community so that we can achieve healthy schools that benefits not only our students, but our local communities. So I thank you tonight for adding this, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no comments or questions. Thank you so very much. Is anybody else in the public that signed up for this non-agenda items that would like to testify? All right, seeing none, that portion is closed. Moving on, the next one is, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, and now back to the board for comment. Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be able to support this agreement. And I'm thinking about it is that, we think of it as a contract. And yes, it's a very typical contract, but more importantly, it's reflection of the partnership that we work with as a district organization and with our staff. And in this case, the Fairbanks Education Association, our certified staff, which is one example of each of our association contracts. But it's that understanding of how we work together and for the benefit of our students. So I think this is very significant. Really want to say a big thank you to to both teams on this. A lot of people worked on it, put a lot of thought, a lot of time into it, and especially over the last 2 months to come together constructively, positively, to come up with an agreement so that we go into this school year a little bit more settled. There are challenges ahead of us and such, but that we are indeed working together. And I really appreciate the tone that was taken in these last 2 months and the result that came out of it with this tentative agreement. And it's a good opportunity to say thank you to Sandy Ryan for her service as president of FEA, as one of many, but each of you bring something to the table and help us, and to Danette Peterson for stepping into that role, and for those on the board of FEA who went around talking to their membership, explaining information about this. And it's just great to be able to bring this to fruition at this time. And I want to say thank you to the district team and the leadership of Dr. Meinert in helping to bring this to a good conclusion as we move forward.
No additional comment. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Colonel Cole,
Yes. Yes. 4.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes?
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
All righty, thank you. Next on our agenda is the Resolution 2024-04, honoring Indigenous People Day by proclaiming the second Monday in October the 9th, 2023 as Indigenous People Day, and encouraging staff and students to honor it through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, and particular activities and cultural celebrations.
Move to approve Resolution 2024-04, honoring Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Second.
Is there a comment from the public on this resolution? I believe I have, could I get Ms. Smith to read the resolution, please?
Resolution 2024-04, honoring Indigenous Peoples' Day. Whereas Indigenous peoples have occupied the land that now constitutes the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough is built upon the homelands and villages of the Indigenous peoples of this region, without whom the existence of the borough would not be possible, and whereas students of Indigenous peoples' heritage are a significant population of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District student body, and whereas exempt and classified staff of Indigenous peoples' heritage support all students' learning, and whereas educators of Indigenous peoples' heritage distinguish themselves as educators in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District classrooms, and whereas building administrators of Indigenous peoples' heritage have led their schools with vision, and whereas Indigenous peoples have served the school board with distinction, and whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education values the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous peoples' knowledge, labor, skills, monetary contributions, and the deep cultural contribution that has substantially shaped the character of the city of Fairbanks and the entire Fairbanks North Star Borough, and whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education opposes the systematic racism toward Indigenous people in the United States, which exacerbates disproportionate educational opportunities, and whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education promotes the closing of any achievement and equity gaps for Indigenous peoples through policies and practices reflecting the experiences of Indigenous peoples, ensuring greater access and opportunity, and honoring our region's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations, sponsored the International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and whereas in 2011, the affiliated tribes of the Northwest Indians, representing 59 tribes from Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Northern California, Western Montana, and some Alaskan tribes, passed resolution number 11-57 to change Columbus Day, the second Monday of October, to Indigenous Peoples Day. And whereas in June 2017, the state of Alaska passed legislation establishing AS 44.12.155, officially recognizing the second Monday of October of each year as Indigenous Peoples Day in Alaska, to be observed by suitable observances and exercises by civic groups and the public. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education proclaims the second Monday in October, October 9th, 2023, as Indigenous Peoples Day, and encourages the staff and students to honor it through research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations. Assistance with resource is available through the Alaska Native Education Program.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and testify on this resolution 2024-04?
I have somebody on Zoom that
Okay,
signed up.
go ahead. And the other ma'am, you can come forward and just sit up at the podium.
Hey, I signed up to speak in support of LGBTQ plus History Month, but I
Okay.
also do support Indigenous Peoples Day, and I do hope that you pass it.
Could you please see if you could turn up your mic on your computer?
Yes, is this better?
A little bit more.
I don't have any way I can turn it up more from my end.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, my name is Casey Casort, C-A-S-O-R-T. I'm a lifelong Fairbanksan and testifying in support of Indigenous Peoples Day, as well as LGBTQ plus History Month, and I can testify a second time when you get to that resolution. But just that I support Indigenous Peoples Day and hope you will pass it.
Alrighty, thank you for your testimony. Is there any comments or questions? Thank you. Okay, ma'am, would you go ahead and state your first and last, spell your last name? You have 2 minutes to testify. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kunon Julie Smith. Smith is spelled S-M-Y-T-H, and I live in downtown Fairbanks. I am asking you to support this resolution. So I have 4 grandparents, 1 parent, and multiple aunts and an uncle who were sent to Christian boarding schools because of federal laws that decided that they wanted to wipe out the Native culture out of the Native children all across the United States. And so that impacted my dad as he was growing up and myself as I was growing up, and now it impacts my kids. Now my oldest child is attending one of those boarding schools. It is no longer a Christian boarding school. It is run by the public school system in the area where she's going. And they have, they actually educate the students there about what happened. And what's really amazing is the school that my daughter is going to is the same one that my mom went to when she was forced to go to boarding schools. This is something that still people here in the Fairbanks area are not learning. It is something that I am still having to educate other people on. And because it is based on federal law, that means that it is a systematic thing that happened to Native people all across the state of Alaska. And I would ask you to make this so that way you don't have to vote on it every year, because the state of Alaska already voted to change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. So if we do it so that way we know it's going to happen every year, we're not going to have to vote on it, and people like myself are not going to have to hear certain people talk about how systemic is too much like systematic and how it like throws off their feelings or whatever. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to testify at this time on this resolution?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamie Gibson, and I integrated my speeches, so I'm going to wing it right now. I am here in support of the Indigenous Peoples Day. I am Athabascan and Yupik, and you couldn't tell by the color of my skin, but I have done my best to educate myself on my past, and I wish I had had a little bit of a hand in that in high school and elementary school. I have personally seen a lot of hatred in this town, and I know for a fact that we can do better by our students by educating them, giving them the tools that they need, and embracing them in ways that we never have before. So I hope that you vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else on this resolution that would like to come forth and testify? Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Shane Brody. I live in here in Fairbanks. Was there another question? Sorry, I was thinking about my testimony.
Just spell your last name and you can continue.
Sure. Brodie. I'm shocked that we even have to vote on this. It's really shameful, actually. I think it reinforces trauma in Indigenous people. We live on Dene land, and we should recognize this every day, every day. It's the least that we can do that the school district recognizes Indigenous Peoples Day. Please pass this resolution. We shouldn't be voting on it. In fact, we should be doing a lot more. For instance, giving land back and respecting tribal law and sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else. I'll close public testimony on this part of our agenda. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Doran, do you have a comment?
Thank you. I'm going to be voting for this in part because the intent is, I think, really important. I think some of the thoughts in terms of making this a standing resolution that would stay on our radar is one of the things that if we put a committee together or continue the ad hoc committee on resolutions to look at and consider that. But I think it is important for us to make a statement and recognize that this is very important in making sure people are recognized and feel included. And so I'm pleased to do this, and I'm glad that across the nation, the designation from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, I think has been a really good move and has raised a lot of awareness of the history, the herstory as to some of the good things and the not so good things that have happened over the centuries. So I'm glad we're taking time to recognize positive contributions and the importance of for those who are really sharing their land with us. And so I will be supporting this tonight.
Seeing no further comments, Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on to Resolution 2024-05, recognizing October 2023 as LGBTQ History Month. Promote a community where all students, staff, and community members feel supported and affirmed.
Move to approve Resolution 2024-05, recognizing LGBTQ History Month.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We have testimony. What? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Mr. Durham, would you read the resolution, please?
Resolution 2024-05, recognizing LGBTQ History Month. Whereas the Fairbanks North Stroboro School District does not discriminate on the basis of race, ethnicity, color, religion, creed, sex, age, national origin, physical or mental disability, marital status, changes in marital status, pregnancy, parenthood, sexual orientation, gender identity, disabled veterans and other eligible veterans, or any other basis of discrimination prohibited by local, state, or federal law. And whereas numerous individuals in the LGBTQ community globally, nationally, and locally have made substantial contributions and accomplishments in our community. And whereas the LGBTQ community is a growing asset to the Fairbanks North Stroboro School District as students, staff members, and parents. And whereas the Fairbanks North Stroboro School District strives to foster the protection and the involvement of diverse groups by allowing students to acknowledge the history, culture, and contributions of LGBTQ individuals, role models, and historical events from across the country and community. And whereas numerous studies assert that providing internal protections for LGBTQ students and staff members directly promotes academic and social success, as well as safety and security. And whereas the Fairbanks North Stroboro School District serves as a role model for inclusion, equity, protection, and representation for all of its students, staff members, and diverse communities. And whereas October is recognized as LGBTQ History Month to expose the prejudice and discrimination that LGBTQ people face based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and to celebrate their diversity and accomplishments from a source of empowerment and engagement. Now therefore be resolved, the Fairbanks North Stroboro Board of Education joins others in recognizing October 2023 as LGBTQ History Month and encourages schools throughout the district to promote a community where all students and staff feel supported and affirmed.
Okay, we have a significant number of folks that are signed up for testimony. We have, if you will come forward and state your name, spell your last name, you'll have 2 minutes to testify. Ms. Casort, I think you were first up on this list to speak. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear her. Go ahead. Casey, are you there? Okay.
Sorry, it looks like I kept getting muted and unmuted. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Casey Casort, C-A-S-O-R-T, and I'm a lifelong Fairbanksan testifying on behalf of myself. I graduated from West Valley High School in 2017 and from UAF in 2020. I'm testifying in support of resolutions. Well, now you've passed this Indigenous Peoples Day, so that's great. So now just testifying in support of LGBTQ+ History Month. In June, a majority of this board voted to remove LGBTQ+ representation and information about consent from the new middle and high school sex ed textbooks. Last week, the State Board of Education passed an unconstitutional rule banning trans girls from playing sports with other girls statewide, despite the overwhelming opposition from the public at every turn. Queer and trans kids are seeing themselves in the news, but not in a good or healthy way right now. They deserve so much better, and passing LGBTQ+ History Month is just the smallest step to remind them that that kind of discrimination has no place in our district, where all students deserve to be safe and treated with dignity and respect. Every year we testify for this resolution, and it can be really vulnerable to out ourselves and ask for this little recognition while some of our neighbors in the audience and on the board say truly hateful things about us and queer and trans kids. I want to use my testimony tonight to tell queer and trans kids and adults in Fairbanks that you are so deeply loved, and there's a vibrant queer and trans community here that welcomes you and sees you for who you are and who you can become. I urge the board to pass this resolution and consider making it a resolution that covers every year without needing a new vote each year. I wish we did not have to ask for this most basic dignity, in this case being allowed to see ourselves in history, not that any teachers are required to do so or given resources to prioritize that. I'd urge the rest of the folks testifying tonight to remember that students, children are listening, and every young person and every person deserves to grow up feeling safe and loved and valued for who they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Weisel. Hopefully I said that correct.
My name is Patty Weisel, W-I-S-E-L, and I am from Fairbanks. Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of this board, for your service to our community. I'm here to testify in opposition to Resolution 2024-5, recognizing LGBTQ History Month. We have raised 5 children in this school district. I have lived in Fairbanks for 30 years, and I'm a concerned citizen. My primary reason in opposition is that this resolution promotes sexual choices, and that is not appropriate in our schools. Parents can celebrate these matters privately in their own homes if they choose. The entire school district, including those who do not agree with this resolution, should not be forced to proclaim an entire month promoting any type of sexuality. How confusing it must be for our very young students, even our middle and high school students, to see this publicly promoted with flags, posters, etc. I've never seen a heterosexual month, nor would I want to see that. Sexual choices don't belong in the schools, period. Parents have the right to teach their values to their children at home. Schools are where our children go to learn reading, math, writing, the basics. We need to focus on raising our math and reading scores. They are abysmally low compared to most of the rest of the nation. Leave the social issues to parents at home. As reported, there seems to be a substantial exodus of students from our public schools here and across Alaska. Maybe promoting these social issues is part of the problem. I ask this board again, say no to this resolution. Even if it has been in place for several years, that doesn't make it right or good for most of our students. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and again, I urge you to vote in opposition to Resolution 2025-05.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Zook. Larissa Zook. Thank you. You'll spell your last name, state your first.
My name is Larissa Zook, spelled Z-O-O-K. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I am a parent of 3 in the public school system, and I do really appreciate all of you taking the time and effort to bring equity among a really diverse community. However, I also agree that the school shouldn't be used as a platform to expose prejudice and discrimination, especially in the area of such a personal matter as sexual choices and identities. They're sensitive issues and they're attached to very personal values. Parents and guardians are the ones I believe have the right to decide when to discuss these things with their children and to be able to guide that conversation. Because ultimately, they are the ones that walk alongside their children, whatever they do choose, and the results that come from their choices, where the school system does not. I've worked with youth for the past 20 years. I'm passionate about young people. I have them in my home weekly, and I can tell you young people today are very educated on the LGBTQ+ community. It's on their social platforms that they're involved in, and they know a lot more than most adults. But where they're not experts is in the academics. And it's disappointing how often I have to help a high school graduate apply for their state ID, walk them through how to fill out a dividend, open a bank account, because they cannot read well enough to understand the questions on the application. So I would ask that awareness be elevated in the need to focus on academics over social issues. I also see the numbers dropping in parents enrolling their children in the school system, which does have an impact on all children. And I know, speaking with several of them, the reason is the change in the social agenda. So I'm asking that you vote no on creating an entire month to focus on LGBTQ history.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. Next, we have Lisa Bernowski.
My name is Lisa Baranowski. That's B-A-R-A-N-O-S-K-I. And I am a mother of 4 that are in the school district. I have 3 high school students and then 1 in a 6th grade in a charter school. I am here in opposition to the resolution 2024-05. I've never spoken at a district meeting before, but I am very confident in what I think about children. And I know that we all here, I'm sure, no matter where our social standing is or our views on different political issues, I know we all want to encourage kids to be kind and to respect each other. I know we all want our kids to be well educated. I'm pretty sure we could 100% vote on all those issues. What I wanted to bring up was the issue of let me pull up a thing on my phone here really quick. The issue of the power of suggestion. And what I mean by that is I think we have a huge responsibility to our kids of all ages to be careful with what we present to them, because even though we may not come out and say what we are telling them they need to think, the actions of what we put before them says that enough for itself. So I believe that putting a whole month aside in recognition of LGBTQ community is just that motion alone says to the kids, this is something that we should agree with, something that we should be completely for, and I think that's an overstepping of the bounds of the school district. Kids do see it all over the place already. There's posters all over schools saying, be kind, always be kind, and I absolutely agree. But when there's a rainbow attached to it also, it's not just saying be kind, it's saying
Ms.
be in
Byrne,
agreement.
your time is,
Thank you for your time.
thank you. Next, I think we have Carol Smallwood again.
Hi, I'm Carol Smallwood, SMALLWOOD. I'm the Library Media Specialist at University Park, and I'm speaking in opposition to your Resolution 2024-05 concerning recognizing LGBTQ History Month. Let me preface this by saying I don't want any sexual orientation being promoted in the schools, since then, when young children ask questions, I would have to try to answer those questions. And I would prefer that those topics be addressed by their parents. But I contend that if we are going to recognize their history, then we have to equally recognize heterosexual history. If you want to pass Resolution 2024-05 and you don't do the same for heterosexual history, then you are discriminating against the other group, of which I am a part. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for this
About
morning.
that stuff.
I believe next is Mr. Ryan Pucker.
Hi, Ryan Purucker, P-U-R-U-C-K-E-R, Fairbanks, Alaska. Thank you for your time tonight. I just think it's a good idea for parents to purchase this book. This is the LGBTQ plus history book, the resolution we're talking about today. You may not understand all what's involved in here. So in here is an entire chapter on queer theory, which is designed to deconstruct gender categories, power dynamics, and generally make children not know who they are and develop normally. Michel Foucault and Gail Rubin are both in here. They're both pedophiles. I wish I was kidding. Michel Foucault,
Just
physician.
with your testimony on, without any.
This is in this book, ma'am. Excuse me. Can I have some of that time back, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Michel Foucault petitioned the French Parliament to lower the age of consent to 13. Eve Sedgwick, her essay, Gail Rubin's essay, Thinking Sex, is referenced in this book. It is a straight defense of adults having relations with children. Fred Sargent, the founder of the Pride movement, says LGBTQ is anti-gay, the founder of Pride. He was beaten and attacked at a Pride parade in Vermont last year, thrown to the ground. He was holding a sign that read, "Gay, not queer." That's a problem. I don't think you're going to teach that in this book. There's also, or in your class, there's also several chapters in this book that mention communist and anti-capitalist movements. And I believe parents should buy this book and figure out why that is. It's because in the 60s, the communists realized you can't use workers and class consciousness for a revolution. You need to use identity. You need to have a critical consciousness of oppression of identity. You cannot heal those wounds. Your social emotional learning program is going to do that with these kids.
Okay. Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Norton, you have a question for me, a clarification?
Thank you. Just a clarification. I know you were talking about the book on the resolution. Do you oppose or support the resolution?
Personally, I oppose it.
Thank you.
But let's make up our own minds here.
Ms.
Great,
Marotti?
thank you.
Sorry, hold on. Ms. Marotti?
Oh, yes.
Did you say that that book is in the district's curriculum?
No, this is a book you can purchase at Barnes and Nobles and Amazon for $28.
Okay, so that book is not board-approved curriculum that will be in our school.
No, I didn't state it was, but this is the resolution we're voting on.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Next, we have Libby Dalton.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak today. I was born and raised in this town. I'm a graduate of University Park School. My 3 children are graduates of University Park School. I have a granddaughter that just started kindergarten in this school district. I strongly oppose this resolution 2024-05. Schools are a place where children should learn core subjects: reading, writing, math, and science. We are struggling in our district right now with record low proficiency rates in reading, math, and science. And we need to fix that. Schools should be a place of academic learning and not centers of indoctrinating gender and sexual ideologies. I believe children come to school each new school year excited and eager to learn. So let's focus on the basics and help them succeed academically. That should be your focus. LGBTQ is already celebrated nationally during the month of June. Fairbanks had several events starting June 1st at the Breadline, at UAF, the Venue, and numerous events at Pioneer Park. Events continued through July, August, and even up till September 4th. They've had their celebrations and rallies. Do not let them have the whole month of October dedicated to LGBTQ history in our schools. The majority of families in this town do not want this. It will create confusion and division instead of inclusion. All kids deserve respect, and we don't need to celebrate LGBTQ to show it.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton.
Thank you very much.
Testimony. Okay, next we have Kathy Carlton. Yeah. You want to help me correct what?
I gotta try.
If you just state your first name and spell your last name.
My name is Kathy Catron, and the last name spelling is Catron. I want to express my gratitude for your time today. My name is Kathy Catron, like I said. I'm gay, and I'm here to wholeheartedly support the resolution recognizing LGBTQ+ History Month. This recognition is not just important, it's absolutely vital. It serves as a concrete affirmation as to our existence in the community. It symbolizes the struggles we've endured and the triumphs we've achieved to bring us to this point today. These struggles and triumphs hold immeasurable significance for the wider Fairbanks community. Openly discussing and shedding light on our shared history benefits everyone. Looking back on my own past, I remember a time when I was homeless, kicked out of my family home simply because of my sexual orientation. My parents believed I could choose not to be gay. It took years for us to reconcile, for me to find my self-worth, and for my parents to understand that my identity was not a choice. I share this personal experience to underscore why I'm sitting before you today. It's to remind you that the decision you're about to make will directly impact young individuals who might be struggling to recognize their own value. The responsibility to educate our future leaders rests in your hands at this very moment. Will you validate and affirm their importance, or will you allow them to face their struggles alone? I wish I didn't have to urge you all to be courageous and vote in favor of the simple act of recognition, which is all it is. It shouldn't require courage from anyone. It is, in fact, in my opinion, the right thing to do. It's a single act of kindness towards an underrepresented and marginalized community, a community of people. I implore you to cast your votes in support of this resolution and acknowledge LGBTQ+ individuals and their important contributions to our society. Our history enriches everyone's future. Please let's ensure that no young person has to endure isolation and hardship because they can't envision a future for themselves. Their future is our future. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Gail McBride, if you'll come forward.
My name is Gail McBride, McBride, and I live in Fairbanks. And I'm asking you to please vote no to continue recognizing October as LGBTQ month. Exposure to these things in schools contribute to the 50% increase in recent years of transgenderism, resulting in lives ruined by sterilizing drugs, mutilated bodies, and regret leading many times to suicides. Across the country, legislatures have recognized the devastation being caused to our youth in this matter and are enacting laws against genital mutilation surgeries on minors. Please be protectors of children instead of instruments of destruction. I hope all of you listened to the story of the detransitioning of Chloe Cole, who was in Alaska speaking. And if you haven't heard her testimony and her life story of being affected by things such as this in school exposure and confusion from people in school districts, it's tragic. And she's just one who is speaking out. And I also would ask each of you for an explanation of each of your votes. The parents and community members deserve an explanation on this serious decision. And I also just would like to thank the others that came out and spoke this time. Many of us, as the others have said, do not believe that sexual matters have any place in the schools. These are family, private matters. They do not need to be discussed to other people's children in the schools.
Thank you, Ms. McBride, for your testimony. We have Johnny McFarland, if you'll come forward, please.
Hello, and thanks again. My name is Joannie McFarlane, and it's spelled McFarlane. I really enjoy going to help at our schools, to volunteer with literacy, to serve, to create events for the children. I really enjoy helping the children in our community. It is a joy to even go substituting for a teacher in any day to help. I am sure that there have been many contributions to society by the LGBTQ community. And yes, to safety for every student. And yes, to support for every student. Yes, to respect to everyone. And kindness, absolutely 100%. But as a parent, me and my husband don't want our children encouraged to celebrate a lifestyle that we do not celebrate. That is a personal choice, and it should stay there. This is not about inclusiveness. Designing a month to celebrate this group in our schools automatically excludes those who don't agree with this choices in lifestyle. I would like to see the results of a poll from parents on whether they approve this proposal. The district administration does a wonderful job about sending surveys, and I really, really appreciate everyone who has genuinely sacrificed for the success of our students. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dorn has a clarifying question.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick clarification. I think I got it, but that you would, you oppose this resolution.
I do strongly oppose, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Tim Zook, if you'll please come forward next.
Good evening. Tim Zook, Z-O-O-K, Fairbanks. I'm a father of 3 children enrolled in the public school system. Looking at the agenda, I see that some of the main goals of designating a month for LGBTQ history are to, quote, create internal protections for LGBTQ students and staff, as well as being a, quote, role model for inclusion, equality, and protection. I believe there are many more effective and less divisive ways of doing this, such as spending time in the classroom, encouraging kids to appreciate their classmates because every person has value, teaching students how to value and respect one another as soon as they enter kindergarten. Respect for oneself, the teachers, other students, and their parents should be a theme throughout their entire educational experience. If children master this, the culture of the school and learning environment would change. There would already be an expectation that whether people look, act, talk, or think differently, they deserve to be treated with respect. I believe highlighting personal sexual preferences and orientation will actually create prejudice and division where it may never have been before. I think there are more effective ways to unite students, focusing on what they have in common rather than how different they are. Celebrate their talents and personal strengths. There are many communities that could be highlighted, but school should be there to teach math, science, reading, writing, history, the basics. I ask you vote no on designating October as LGBTQ History Month.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Rosales.
Hello, Tamara Cruz Rosales, K-R-U-S-E-R-O-S-E-L-I-U-S, a Fairbanks community member. Some here tonight and listening in wonder why these resolutions are important. Why in particular do Indigenous and LGBTQ+ communities need their own day and month for history? This is important because these communities have had to fight for acceptance, inclusion, and civil rights, even in our very own community, in a society that has historically shunned their very existence. Do you doubt? Have you listened tonight? The mental health effects of this homophobia, transphobia, and bigotry are real in our schools, even if it's not your child. And while these communities continue to face many obstacles to their individual mental health and well-being, our school district needs to show them in no uncertain terms that they matter. They are our family, our friends, our students, and they matter. So as the health and well-being of all students is an appropriate and necessary component of student learning, and as the school district's priorities show in its own diversity, equity, and inclusion statement, that the borough is committed to providing all students a supportive environment, and it must intentionally focus on transforming policies and processes to eliminate the diversity, equity, and inclusion gap. These resolutions are not only appropriate, but necessary and meaningful to eliminate the inclusion gap, to support inclusion, not to indoctrinate. These are two very different concepts. And I urge you to provide the district support to marginalized groups by voting for these resolutions as necessitated by your very own inclusion statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Erin Genoso. Aaron Genoso is next.
Oh. Aaron Baranowski?
No, Aaron Genoso.
Genoso. I didn't hear that.
Thank you. Just get this open for a second. My name is Erin Genoso, Janoso, and I'm here tonight to voice my wholehearted support for the resolution recognizing LGBTQ+ History Month and to ask this board to please vote in favor. As each of you know, the school district and board have committed to providing all of its students a high-quality education in a safe and supportive environment. The acceptance of this resolution is an opportunity for you to demonstrate that commitment. The LGBTQ+ History Month resolution is not a new one before this board. It's been passed for a number of years now and has served to help students understand that LGBTQ+ people have always been part of a long history of strength, resilience, and substantial accomplishment. Every young person deserves to know that about the communities to which they belong. They deserve to see themselves within their schools, to know that their stories are important and valid, that they are important and valid as individuals just as they are. I don't want my daughter going to a school or living in a community where she or any of her fellow students might have to someday hide any of the huge parts of what makes her, her, or them, them in order to be accepted. I want her to have the opportunity to understand and appreciate the uniqueness that each individual brings to her classroom, to her school, and to this place here where we all live. LGBTQ+ history is part of Fairbanks history, and when we intentionally leave out members of our community from the stories we share with each other, we all lose. And we do immeasurable harm to vulnerable kids who are in desperate need for acceptance, love, and support from those around them. These resolutions honoring particular parts of our population that have historically been left out of the conversation do not come out of thin air or from outside. They come from here within our community via our community's hard work and a public process that's open to all. It's work that's been and is being done because LGBTQ+ history is history, part of our basic and core subjects, and therefore deserves to be acknowledged because the people in our past that have made that history deserve to be known. And the kids in our schools now that will make tomorrow's history deserve to see themselves in it. Please be with those kids, help them do that, and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, I don't believe we have any comments or questions. Thank you. Aaron Baranowski. Thank you, Mr. Baranowski, for coming forward. If you'll please state your first name, spell your last name. and you have 2 minutes.
Aaron Baranowski, Baranoski. I am here to speak vehemently against this resolution, 2024-05. You know, we've heard a lot of opinions tonight, a lot of hurt, and there has been hurt. There's been hurt in all of our American history. There's hurt in the family, and there's hurt from peers. There's always hurt. But there's no reason for us to bring that into the school to try to mitigate that and try to get rid of the hurt. I don't think I've heard anyone say that they want exclusion, want alienation, or otherwise making someone feel awkward. But that, you know, it's reiterated over and over again, be kind. I think we all can, that strikes a chord with all of us. However, this does not need to be celebrated for a whole month in our school system. I'm a father of 4, and my kids are all in the school district, and I just think it has no place in there. It does not align with my core values, and I think, you know, we already have June, which is set aside for Pride Month, you know, what's next? I mean, there's a whole bunch of different things that, you know, what about a period month? You know, it's like 50% of people struggle with that. We don't make a month out of it, celebrating it, or, you know, so that's basically all I have to say. This resolution directly exposes the prejudice and discrimination that Christian people face daily based on their biblical worldview.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard, for this
Anyway,
testimony.
I oppose this.
Thank you. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have Aaron Crook. If you'll please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Crook, last name spelled C-R-O-O-K, and I reside here in Fairbanks. President Sanderson, Vice President Doran, and members of the school board, I sit before you today to firmly oppose the proposal to designate October as LGBTQ+ History Month in our schools. I believe that such an initiative crosses inappropriate boundaries and has no business being part of our educational system. Our schools are meant to be institutions of learning, focusing on providing students with the knowledge and skills necessary for their academic and personal development. While it is essential to promote tolerance, respect, and inclusiveness, dedicating an entire month to the LGBTQ+ community goes beyond the scope of education. Such a designation risks diverting our resources and time away from the academic excellence, which should always be our top priority. Moreover, our schools should remain neutral grounds where students and their families are free to uphold their own beliefs and values without feeling pressured or marginalized. Introducing a designated month for the LGBTQ+ may be perceived as an endorsement of particular beliefs, potentially causing discomfort and division among our student body and their families. I firmly believe we should not single out any particular group for special attention within our schools. Instead, we should create a learning environment that respects and celebrates diversity year-round. Inclusiveness should be embedded in our curriculum and classroom discussions through the academic calendar rather than confined to a single month. In conclusion, I strongly oppose the idea of designating October as LGBTQ+ History Month in our schools. Let us uphold the principle that our educational institutions should remain focused on academic excellence, respecting the diverse beliefs and values of all of our students and their families without singling out any specific group. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. And next we have Rita Trometer.
Rita Trometer, Trometter from North Pole. Good evening. First, I would like to thank each school board member for placing your name on the ballot to be elected. As a taxpayer, I am aware that one of your main jobs is to spend money wisely to produce a well-educated student with the best educational materials and instruction your budget can provide. This evening, to decide if LGBTQ should be promoted in our schools is an easy decision. If L stands for lessons, language, literature, literacy with literature. G stands for government, good work, grades, and geography. B stands for building a blueprint to be a good person through books. T stands for time, teaching, tutor, and talents of educational hours in the classroom. Q stands for quality of education for students to qualify for future. As a nation, we used to celebrate George Washington and Abe Lincoln's birthday on separate days. Then it was decided to delete the names and call it one day, President's Day. Now you have a group of people who want to take 16.6666% out of 30 days of 180 of federal mandated school days. Wow. That's going on 20% of the school year to promote their influential lifestyle among young absorbing minds. We have students graduating that can't count change back, don't know how many ounces is in a cup. can't follow a basic recipe, read a map, read at grade level. They don't know their multiplication tables. They have no idea what it means on the food label as ingredients. Why is there a food chart constructed? I don't need to go on. Let's get back to the basics of education. Leave special interest groups to find their own dollars and meeting space. Please keep it out of the classroom where taxpayers pay for building and grounds. Get back to the public education means to educate students to have a successful future, to support themselves and build a strong family unit through quality education.
Okay, thank
A
you.
blessing to each of you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Trometer, for your testimony. And last on our list is Alicia Quinton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Great. Well, my name is Alyssa Quinton. That's Quintyne, and I'm co-author of this resolution. Back in 2018, on a diversity committee, we were asked to look at a current list of resolutions to see what communities were missing, and then become almost a year of work of talking with students, organizations, staff, families, and churches across the borough to create exactly what this resolution looks like before you today. And since then, it's been a wonderful time of celebration and education for all classes and student orgs that choose to celebrate it. Many folks here are concerned about the school's results with academics and will be surprised that this is exactly what this resolution is about: history. History is a part of academics, giving the opportunity to learn about our peers and the gifts and rights that LGBTQ communities have fought for in terms of all of us. Alex Turning, the father of the internet; Bell Hooks, a poet, writer, and organizer that many of our students will learn about; Byron Rustin, one of the ghostwriters for Martin Luther King Jr. Even some of our own municipal leaders on the school board, our borough assembly, and our city council are part of this queer history. Our queer students and staff who face discrimination and marginalization also deserve to learn and teach themselves and each other about their history as it relates to their futures and their presence here with us today. So I hope that this board will continue to vote to turn this resolution 6 and continue that tradition of inclusion and equity for all of our students. And of course, I'm here for any questions and concerns. Thank you.
We don't have any questions for you, but thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Barbara Trindle, if you'll come forward.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Tyndall, Tyndall, Tyndall. And I want to thank you for hearing testimony tonight. I said I'm representing myself today as I weigh in on the LGBTQ resolution up for vote tonight. I oppose this resolution and question the wisdom of attaching special focus and honor on a small contingent of our school population and a subject that has divided teachers, students, and parents in our district. It's not required that everyone agree, but it is important that we disagree respectfully. The resolution does not bring unity, it divides us. Why divide us further? The LGBTQ require that we all agree with their practices and honor their choices. Anyone who questions these ideals is branded racist and cruel. And I mean them no harm, but my U.S. Constitution gives me and any other citizen the right to disagree and push back on their view of human sexuality. Why this resolution? I just looked up the myriad of months and days that are honored in our nation. What was once a way to recognize and honor certain dates and individuals who served our country with valor and noble character has become a hodgepodge of pet causes and ideas. In short, while some of these have merit for some, they have become meaningless to many. Let's take the month of October. These are days recognized by presidential proclamations, and there's many more other kinds. National Information Literacy Awareness Month, National Italian American Heritage and Culture Month, National Country Music Month, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and National Arts and Humanities Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, National Energy Awareness Month, National Down Syndrome Awareness Month. If I were you, I would latch on to a resolution that relates to all of our students and brings peace and unity to our community. I like that first one on literacy. Wouldn't that be great to work towards making sure our kids can read? That is a resolution everyone can get behind and one our school board should be endorsing. Please vote no on Resolution 2024-05. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dindal, for your testimony. Last, we have Mr. Richard Ide, if you'll come forward.
Richard Ide, E-I-D-E is the last name. Thank you, school board. I appreciate your time and sacrifice. I'm a firm vote no on this resolution. I can't understand why you would want to create a wedge between parents and in the school district and their teachers and principals. And in this day when by some measures we have horrible test scores, some say 48 or 49th out of 50 states, it is not good. And I was recently around a couple of Becca kids. I paint houses. I was inside, and they were taking in information like through a fire hose. And what they did not have, a bunch of woke school board members directing their education. These kids, their test scores would just dominate public school kids, I think, because, man, I heard how it was going for 10 days with those. So I'm just saying it's time we stop including woke issues in our classrooms. And it's up to parents if they want to expose their kids to sexual issues and how they do it. And you got to learn to trust parents on that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ide, thank you for your testimony. If there are no questions, is there anyone else in our audience tonight that would like to come forth and testify? Okay, Representative Cleric, if you'll step forward.
Thank you to the school board and to all of the folks who've testified tonight. My name is Ashley Carrick, spelled C-A-R-R-I-C-K. I live in West Fairbanks, a district that I also happen to represent in the Alaska State House. I'm a lifelong fourth-generation Alaskan. I also happen to be one of the first 3 openly elected LGBTQ members of the Alaska State Legislature in the history of our state. I was also on the Diversity Committee the first time this resolution passed, and I've testified to supporting this resolution before. But I'm not here on behalf of myself tonight or on behalf of my own experience. I'm here to help elevate the stories of students, the young constituents who spoke to me in great numbers over the course of the last session on issues related to supporting LGBTQ students, families, and their teachers. I'm here on behalf of those who shared that they are scared and how they are fighting anyway for the types of protections, supports, and safety that are felt by many other students. I'm here to elevate their brave voices because I didn't have that brave voice when I was a student in school myself. Hearing about how our diverse community members have helped to build the world we have today at the local, state, and federal level does nothing to harm those who are not LGBTQ. But it does a lot to ensure that all students and families, regardless of whether they are LGBTQ or not, feel safe and understand that history. In my role, I have heard the voices of kids in this community. I have heard their pain, I have heard their fear, and I have also heard their strength and their joy, loudly and clearly. Tonight, in your role, I ask you to please take this small step as a board to once again pass this resolution and do the same.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else?
Goodness gracious. Here we are again, talking about trauma.
My name is Shane Brody. My last name is spelled Brodie. All of history is a social issue. Every last bit of it. It just depends on who's in power and what's included. Because we assume the default of identity is straight and cisgendered, it's extremely important to make the extra effort to recognize and discuss LGBTQ issues. Because when people are left out of history, it's an attempt to erase them. Let's not do that in our community. Fairbanks takes individuality very seriously, but we also take community very seriously. And there are people here who are LGBTQ. There are students, there are parents, there are teachers, there are people in every situation here in Alaska who are part of this community. So please take that value seriously, that we are all part of this community. And having said that, I'm an openly queer trans man, and I am happy and healthy. I have several degrees. My parents have been educators here in Alaska since the 70s, including my extended family as well. I've been a math tutor, science tutor, TA at the university, etc. And I just wanted to mention my connection to education. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a clarifying question for you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Sure.
Just quick, so I understand, you are in support of passage of this resolution.
Absolutely, wholeheartedly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here telling you all this.
Is there anyone else who is coming forward? Mr. Walters, if you'll come forward and state your name and spell your last name. You have 2 minutes to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Walters, last name Walters, live in the Goldstream area. I'm a retired counselor from the Fairbanks North Scarborough School District, so I spent many years at West Valley High School. Retired, came out of retirement to help out the last 2 years, one at North Pole Middle School and one at North Pole High School. And I would just like to say that I like these resolutions. I like the resolutions that honor and respect our students, our community members, the family members of our students. I like these resolutions. They show the diversity of our community, and I think that's a positive thing. That's a good thing, and that's a good thing for our students to see us model. We are a public school system, and we welcome everybody. To echo on that about celebrating everybody, we're all different parts, we're all different aspects of the fabric of our community, and therefore I think that recognizing LGBTQ History Month as well as the other history months, as I said, is important. And it's not just for the students. We have families, parents of students, other family members, siblings, relatives of students who also fall into the LGBTQ plus category. And I think it's important to bear that in mind as well. And I just want to say that I retired from West Valley several years ago. Like I said, I ran into 3 different former students this summer. When I was at West Valley, I was a sponsor of the Gay Straight Alliance, which is what it was called at the time. And I had students thank me for that and say that they appreciated that. And so you don't always think at the time when you're running around and time's busy and the day gets away from you and you don't always realize the impact that something like that can have. But for the people who it's important to, it's important. I'm just going to stop it there.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? Stay close.
My name is Caroline Brown. Last name is spelled Brown, and I'm from Fairbanks. I want to express my support for the resolution recognizing the contributions of LGBTQ plus community. It's a simple way to intentionally focus on transforming policies, practices, and processes to eliminate the diversity, equity, and inclusion gap that affects marginalized groups. That last sentence is a direct quote from the district's mission statement. I'm convinced by the volumes of research that tell us that kids are most successful when they feel safe and accepted. They learn best in environments where they can see themselves in the subject matter. Recognizing the accomplishments of LGBTQ+ individuals assists in teaching kids about these accomplishments, and also for some, that they too are capable of these great things. I understand that this is a sensitive topic for many people, and even just here tonight, we've heard a lot of confusion, even conflation, of these complex social identities and sex. This resolution is not about the latter. It's about inclusion, dignity, and respect. As you all know better than I, being on the school board requires a commitment to all students. And that requires learning about all students. I'm really grateful for the opportunities that I've had to learn from members of this community about their experiences, their perspectives, and the things that they can teach us all if we but listen. Thank you.
Thank you, and that does conclude our testimony part of this. Mr. Dorn, you have a question, clarifying question?
Well, not for the testifier, but I would like to suggest that we extend. We have several people who have been here for quite some time, and that we could at least finish the testimony for those who have come.
Well, I'm going to put a stipulation. If you've already spoken to us, if you'll step aside and let those who have not spoken come forward and speak. Ma'am, if you'll come forward, please. Just state your name and spell your last name.
I want to thank you. Thank you for your time and letting me testify before you. My name is Mary Kerhan Stark. It's KEHRHAHN-Stark. My name is Mary Kerhan Stark. I have two daughters, both born and raised in Alaska, and both graduates of West Valley High School. Today, I'm here to support the resolution to recognize LGBTQ+ History Month. Our town needs to move forward when it comes to honoring diversity in our community and schools. Being curious about our past and learning the reasons why we are and who we are through our successes and failures is how we grow wiser as individuals and as a group within a larger society. We learn to value differences and to realize the potential for loving, understanding, respect, and acceptance. We realize each and every one of us equally makes up the whole, not just some of us because of the color of our skin, our language, or our gender. I ask each and every one of you to consider the greater good of our students. Public school is not a place to exercise your personal religion. All children belong in our schools. All children are worthy of love, respect, and support from our community. Please support this resolution to recognize LGBTQ+ History Month in our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So if those who are standing have not spoken before the board, I would ask that go ahead and come forward.
I spoke on a different issue. Do you want me to sit? Hello, once again. My name is Kunan Julie Smith, SMYTH. I am here today to support this resolution. The reason why is because this is about LGBTQ History Month. It's not teaching students about the LGBTQ community. It's teaching all students about how members of the LGBTQ+ community have impacted the community we live in. And this is something that We can focus on worldwide, we can focus on nationally, we can focus on a state level with one of our representatives coming forward and actually changing history with her last session. This is something we could talk about even here, like closer to home, with LGBTQ plus people here on the school board right now and former members on the City Council, Fairbanks City Council, and the borough. Meanwhile, there are a lot of people who, because of the type of education they have that did not include this history, tend to think of people like myself who are non-binary as well as bisexual, that we're not normal. They consider people who are cisgender, who are straight to be normal, therefore people like me are abnormal, but we're still part of the community. We're still parents, we're still teachers, we're still students, and we still deserve to learn about actual history without people trying to erase identities. And the reason why we want to do that is because there are a lot of people my age who assume that only white, cisgender, straight men have made any contributions to history, and they'll be able to list off a handful of people who are part of the marginalized communities who've actually changed everything. When the reality is, when I started learning about Black history, after I graduated from West Valley, I learned so much about how many things that I use that were created by the Black community. When I started learning about about Native history, I started learning about how Natives helped change World War II, not just Natives, LGBTQ plus people. So please vote for this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pete Pinney, P-I-N-N-E-Y. I live in downtown Fairbanks, and I support this resolution. Last year, I testified as to the benefits this resolution had for my two sons during their years in the school system. They felt affirmed, not invisible, and it buoyed them against the hurtful actions from students and others with unkind learned behaviors. This year, I'm wearing my PFLAG parent hat, and this resolution doesn't go against any religion. There are many gay Christians and other forms of religion. This resolution doesn't discriminate against anyone's sexuality or how it's expressed. It affirms that LGBTQA persons have contributed to the fabric of this nation, this state, and this community. It speaks against anyone who wants to erase their contributions or their visibility. So I support both resolutions tonight as positive messages for kids who are different or who have different families. And I'd be glad to come back next year and tell you even more reasons why this is a good idea too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, would you come forward?
Good evening. My name is Lois Henderson, Henderson. I would like to strongly support that we have an LGBTQ Awareness Month in the schools. People who are questioning their own sexuality need to know they are not alone. If a student has parents who are not supportive of their child questioning their own identity, this becomes even more important for the student. LGBTQ History Month is not advocating for anything, but rather educating about one aspect of our society. So I encourage you to vote in support of this Awareness Month.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am.
Coming a little bit more prepared this time. Hello again. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamie Gibson. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself in support of recognizing LGBTQ plus History Month. I was born and raised here on unceded Lower Tanana Dene lands. I'm one of the many LGBTQ plus and Indigenous FNSBSD graduates, and as always, I'm grateful for these resolutions. I'm equally disappointed that these resolutions don't already have unanimous support. Celebrating young people for being authentic is something we should inherently do. I spent the majority of my weekend at Camp Queer, a wonderful, inclusive event run by FQC in an effort to bring some peace of mind to the interior LGBTQ plus community. We foraged for food, played games, made art, had heart-to-heart conversations, celebrated each other, and rekindled our sense of selves. I wish I had had this same kind of recognition when I was in school. I've known I was queer since I was 10. I discovered my gender identity about 3 years ago, and I came out publicly as non-binary through my wonderful inclusive job. I spent the majority of my life struggling with my sexuality, not fitting in with gender norms, never feeling indigenous enough to celebrate my heritage, only to realize that with compassion, love, tools to educate myself, I would have been way happier in my skin for a much longer time. I may be 8 years post-grad, but I remember being a kid. I remember being young and scared and unsure of what the future may hold, but I made it. And I'm so glad I did, because now I get to fight for my young siblings the way I wish I had been fought for. I can't believe I have to take time out of this amazing life I've created for myself to sit in a room full of people, most of whom are strangers, tell my secrets, and beg for you to show children respect. Acknowledging and celebrating our existence is not a hard task and shouldn't even be the topic of discussion this evening. Thank you to those of you on the board who have stood up for Indigenous and LGBTQ+ kids. And to the rest of you, I ask, please vote to recognize LGBTQ+ History Month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come forward, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Lizardi. Lizardi is Lizardi. I am for this. And it comes down to this being a public school system. Every member of the public has a sexual identity, each and every one. There is absolutely no topic that's more on point for a public education system than identity. And I mean, we aren't born as blank slates, despite what a lot of people claim. That's been shown for quite a while ago. That identity is there from birth. It's not something that our parents instill in us. It's simply there, intrinsic to our nature. So it being included in all of our education and it being part of the system that is supposed to encompass as many of us as possible seems to be a natural fit in my mind. And that's all the time I will take. I'll save 1 minute for other people.
Right, thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, if you'll come forward, please.
Hello, my name's Cindy Stageman, Stageman. I did not plan to talk tonight, but something I keep going over listening to everything, and you voted for an Indigenous People Day. Why a day for an Indigenous people and a whole month for the LGBTQ? It's just didn't seem quite right to me. Why are you giving more time to one group than another? And I do also agree that sexuality is something that should be taught at home, not in the school. So I am against this, but a day, a week, but a month, you don't need a whole month for that. So I really would ask you to rethink that and say no on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Sampson, Sampson. I am from Fairbanks. Good evening and thank you for your time. Controversial is defined as giving rise to public conflict. Please vote no on this controversial issue tonight. The Fairbanks North Star Borough School District enrollment is down again. This is an ongoing issue that concerns me. I want schools to be successful and to thrive. The board needs to take some steps to become more fundable and less controversial. Let me say that again, more fundable and less controversial. You know what's not controversial? Math, reading, literacy. I'm so excited that reading is at the forefront of our education this year. Let's highlight that. Parents would be so excited to know the effort and time that is going into reading and literacy this year. The next priority needs to be math. Please vote yes on multiplication month or division month. Let's have many months of math. I'd like to close with the poem I wrote. Math, reading, math. Less controversial. Math, reading, math. More fundable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll come forward and give your name and spell your last name for us, and you will be the closing testimony.
Thank you. My name is Susan Tullo, spelled Tullo. I'm a resident of Fairbanks. I do not understand a month to celebrate because of who people have sex with. And America was founded on biblical Christian principles. And males and females are what comes out when you're born. They ask, is it a boy or a girl? Those are the two genders. And so to celebrate any time, to propose to propel this idea of these ideas that aren't our God-given way we were born, the natural thing. I just want to say that I feel scared talking about these things, and I want to rebuke any fear and anything not of Jesus out of this room. In Jesus' name, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and that does close our public testimony on this resolution. I believe we're back to the board. Is there any comments on the resolution? Colonel Alvarez.
Alvarado.
Alvarado.
So
Always rename you.
I don't know who I am. So anyway, a quick question. So I think this passed last year. Do we have any data that indicates negative impacts? I don't know. I'm not in the school district. I mean, I don't get to be in the school district often. Do we have any data that indicates that this passed last year and there was detriment? I just don't know.
Superintendent.
I'm not aware of any data that exists.
Okay. All right, and if I could, somebody actually mentioned, hey, they want somebody from the board to explain the rationale, so I'm going to take you up on that. So I'm Colonel Alvarado. I'm the Mission Support Group Commander at Eielson, and I recognize I'm a guest, and I'm very proud to be here in the community. But what I'm going to talk about briefly is where we stand from a DoD policy perspective, and as well as how I feel as a citizen. So let's be very clear, when it comes to the DoD policy, we accept everyone, and we're only as good as our collective talent. And we owe it to our nation to make the very most out of the people that come from our finest communities. And we make sure that we are doing our very best to foster a culture where everyone who contributes to our natural apparatus, we take care of them. So that is where we stand. From a U.S. military perspective, and I think everybody knows this, so I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but we exist to make sure that everybody has a right for national security and that people can live their life as they choose, loving who they love, and practicing beliefs as they see fit. Now, why do we in the military recognize specific groups? You guys are probably aware there's LGBTQ, there's, we recognize different ethnicities and that's because the military has done a lot of reflection and recognized that we probably haven't made the very most out of the people we've been offered. And we've had a lot of people leave the military disenfranchised. We recognize that there's probably some folks that we probably could have done a better job with. And we are now trying to right that. We are trying to correct that. And we're trying to recognize those communities, people that come from different places, whether it's a gender, minority, sexual orientation, religion, we recognize we're trying to do better with that. So that is why you see the military having these discussions. It's because we are only as good as our collective talent. From a personal context, I've been in for 26 years, and I'm a 3-time commander of units larger than a squadron. So I'm in my third command right now. My current command is about 1,500 people. And I will tell you from a human perspective, and this is where the citizen comes out, I have sat across from people who have talked about who, you know, from LGBTQ amongst other most minorities and everything like that. But I'll tell you, I've had people point blank tell me that they live on a daily basis in fear of what they have to hide for themselves because they don't feel like they're going to get a fair shot. We are trying to change that in the military. But the fact of the matter is there's people that feel like that. And I've had that discussion with people across the table from me that say they would rather end their lives at time because it is easier to end your life than face the scrutiny that they feel like they have faced. And that's sad. As a human being, I find that is absolutely sad. So it is my personal commitment to make sure that I do everything I can, you know, in the Air Force to take care of our community's finest, to take care of folks. And we owe that to everybody. I think this is a bit of an ironic discussion, and this is just, you know, Tony talking here. We exist as a military to make sure people have the right to choose their way of life. Yet inside our own country, we'd have other people think otherwise, and that's a little bit hard at times. But there's a lot of context to it, and I don't understand all of it, but I do think that's a little bit ironic. It's really funny that some of the, you know, when I hear, you know, people saying, hey, people shouldn't do this because I don't believe in that, some of the right that people have to practice their views and live their views are protected by some of the people that they're actually trying to say shouldn't be recognized. I think that's a little bit ironic personally. I think Endgame, I got a couple of things I want to say, but in the end, you know, kind of go back to, you know, the company line here is we have gotten so many folks in the military, and Colonel Cole can speak to his experiences, but I can tell you just in my experience as a leader, after 26 years, there has been a ton of folks who come to the military with a lot of pain and baggage, and a lot of them talking about, hey, I was never accepted where I came from, and I wanted to come to a place. And it'd be a shame if a community decided not to support that. But if a community decides not to support that, I'm going to say that's sad, but we'll take them. If they are good enough for our military, we would hope they'd be good enough for the communities. But if not, we'll take them. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We have comments from the board. Hey, Ms. Murati.
Thank you, Colonel Alvarado. I actually have a lot to say, but before I say anything, I'd like to move to amend to change the acronym in the last paragraph from LGBT to LGBTQ.
Ms. Hardy.
I don't know that that needs a second. I think it was a clerical
Typo.
error.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have more.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay. I have heard some confusion about what this resolution is about. This resolution is about recognizing LGBTQ history. To help better understand what that looks like, I want to speak of the names of some historically significant members of the LGBTQ+ community. Sir Francis Bacon, the father of the scientific method. Alan Turing, the namesake behind the Turing machine, which is the basis for all computers. Sally Ride, the first American woman in space. Let's go statewide. Ashley Carrick, Andrew Gray, Jenny Armstrong, 3 current Alaska state legislators. Locally, Liz Like, former Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly member, and Kathy Otterston, former Fairbanks City Council member. These are just a few people who have made a significant impact on our nation, our state, and our local community. I've also heard some say that this resolution takes away from other identities that have not been oppressed in my lifetime. To that, I would like to say that the resolution is about equity. Equity is defined as ensuring that every student receives what they need to develop to their full academic and social potential. In order to ensure equity, we have recognized many people, LGBTQ people, Indigenous people, women and girls, Hispanic people, African American people, so many more. As the resolution says, we do this to expose prejudice and discrimination that these people have faced and to celebrate their diversity and accomplishments. It also sounds like some believe that this is a new idea, but in fact, this resolution has been presented and passed for many years. Some notable contributions to this discussion over the last few years include our brilliant student representative from last year, Olivia Smith, who said in regard to this resolution that the impact of this resolution it's not teaching kids to be gay. It's teaching kids how to respect. Tim Doran once said of this resolution that it's about saying you are welcome here and we value you. Pete Penny, not only tonight, but previously, Pete Penny is the Associate Vice Chancellor of Rural Community and Native Education and Executive Dean for the College of Rural and Community Development Emeritus. And he once said in testimony about this annual resolution that when students feel heard, honored, and affirmed, they do better. A school counselor once testified that students cannot focus and are distracted because they don't feel safe in environments that don't recognize what this resolution recognizes. The Reverend Leslie Ahuva Fales once reminded us that LGBTQ youth and adults are our neighbors, our friends, our family members, and I will add our students, our staff, and board members. And anything we do to support the well-being of the LGBTQ community contributes to the flourishing of our community as a whole. Our own mission states that we will provide an excellent and equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Our own strategic plan states that we will increase academic and social emotional well-being for all students, and that we will provide equitable opportunities and an inclusive environment where all students and staff are respected and feel welcome, safe, and supported. Over and over again, in our own words, we hear equity, we hear inclusion, and we hear safety. This resolution and others like it mentioned earlier is one way of how we do what we said we would do. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I am grateful for a school district that recognizes the inherent worth and dignity of our queer students and staff, and I fully support this resolution.
That's on the resolution. Ms. Hardy.
So the first time this resolution came before the board, I was in a very different position. I was the intensive resource teacher at Tannenall Middle School in 2018. And at that time, I had a number of paraprofessionals working for me. And one of them came up to me one day after school and said, I don't know what to do. We had students in the class and they asked who he was married to. He had a wedding ring on. I said, well, what's the problem? Why is that an issue? And at that time, I didn't know that he was married to a man. And when he told that to me, I was shocked because my entire life, I've been married to a man and I haven't hid it. My husband came into my classroom when I taught at Hunter Elementary, and he would bring me things. He was an active duty military member, served in Afghanistan, and he even called into my classroom and talked to my class about what that was like. I have never once in my life worried about hiding who I love. I've never worried about being able to express that or feeling like that might negatively impact me. But here was a truly amazing paraprofessional. He was actually a year later recognized as one of our paraprofessionals of the month. Just truly amazing, gifted person. And he was terrified to share that piece of his identity. Just a regular question, Tell us about who you're married to, because these are teenagers, and those are questions that they ask. No. There are many History and Heritage Months celebrated throughout our community and nationally. Last year, our district passed resolutions celebrating the month of the military child, Black History Month, Alaska Native and American Indian Heritage Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Music in Our Schools Month, and LGBTQ History Month. Resolutions can and should be written to celebrate other identities as well. Recognition isn't pie. Giving it to one group doesn't mean there is less for others. Recognizing LGBTQ History Month doesn't mean other identities or communities are less important or worthy of recognition. In the future, I would like to see resolutions written to formally recognize October as Disability History and Awareness Month, or March as Women's History Month. I am sure our community can think of many other already established months of recognition that we could add to this list. Dedicating days or months to highlight the achievements of identities and communities often neglected in our formal written histories benefits everyone. Knowing the struggles and successes of those who came before us to help us learn from our past and strive for a more inclusive future. Formally recognized or not, members of the LGBTQ community have shaped and impacted our world since the beginning of recorded history. We learn about histories of all marginalized groups so that we can truly have a complete understanding of the world and its diverse perspectives. We learn about history of marginalized groups to expose the prejudice and discrimination they face and celebrate their diversity and accomplishments. As I often tell my children, books, and history books in particular, serve as either mirrors or windows. Sometimes they reflect back to us the identities we hold and affirm our understanding and inherent worth. Other times, they act as windows into another experience, meant to have us see the world differently, to better understand and develop empathy and respect for others. In my time teaching with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, I have had the honor of working alongside and educating in my classroom many members of the LGBTQ community. Passing this resolution is essential in ensuring those students and staff feel safe and seen and represented. In closing, I leave you with the brilliant words of North Pole graduate and former student representative Olivia Smith. Queer History Month is not teaching your kids to be gay. It's teaching your kids how to respect queer people and how they have changed society and how society is changed because of queer people.
Any additional comments, or is that it? Mrs. Dorn?
I'm going to support this, as I have since its inception. I go back to looking at the qualities, the benchmarks for effective learning environments, and those are multiple. That is having a comprehensive, solid curriculum. It's having safe and adequate facilities. It is having an environment where students and teachers feel welcome and included. And as a principal, I took that extremely seriously. Whoever walked in the doors of our school needed to feel welcome. They needed to feel comfortable, and they needed to know that we wanted them there. When I look particularly in this as in other matters, I go back to our students. I trust our students, and I look at the student examples. I'm mindful of a couple of instances. I date myself, it's probably a good 25 years ago or better. Our community had some real issues of some students feeling marginalized, some students trying to figure out where to belong and who was gathering in which parts of the school. And I'm going to call out Lathrop in a very, very positive way, because the students there realized that there were different groups that gathered at breaks and at lunchtime. Some of this came out at football games. It was a real community concern. And the whole community were like, wait a minute, what's going on? And some of those incidents were violent. The Lathrop students came together and they said, wait a minute, we have to make our place a better environment. And members from different groups, and they had their nicknames for who their groups were, and everybody knew who was in what, and they gathered in which hallway or which corridor, those types of things. They came together and they said, how do we all work together to make our school welcoming and inclusive for all? It was a wonderful example. And I have to say, one of the things that attracts me and keeps me and our family in Fairbanks is that Fairbanks, I've watched over the decades, come together over controversial, potentially divisive issues and united. I look at the example was referenced tonight, the Gay Straight Alliance, GSA, particularly at West Valley. Students came together not to convert, but to understand, to work together, to bridge any gaps. And it was truly impressive to watch them, to listen to them. They've extended invitations. Come, listen to their conversations, ask questions. They are a unifying, welcoming example. And I could go on. Sports teams, variety of extracurricular activities, how inclusive they are of each other. I am mindful of 3 students that have stood out in just the last year and a half. Advisory board members, including one of our own, has been cited tonight, including the student advisory member in Mat-Su, who very clearly said, you're talking about an adult problem. This is not a student problem. And voted no to their exclusion of some students. I'm mindful of the student rep on our State Board of Education who spoke out clearly with a student voice. No, we don't exclude people. So I look at our student examples, and we have had students, not only former students, as we have had tonight testify, but students who have come over the years and testified. So I look at those examples and I'm mindful that's what our focus is. As President Sanderson said earlier, that we stay student-focused. That's whom we serve, along with their families and the broader community. This resolution came about after much thoughtful discussion by the Diversity Committee, one of our own board committees. I was able to listen in on those conversations, those debates. They were very thoughtful about how they put this resolution together. I think it's significant that this resolution does not say teach anywhere in it. It says recognize, affirm, ensure welcomeness. This is about people. That's key. You know, when I think of the U.S. Constitution, our state constitution, our oath of office as board members, we're talking about people. We're not talking about, well, they have to be a certain size group. We're talking about every person. These resolutions don't exclude, they include. And I'm mindful that we've heard sometimes stories of trauma for this resolution, for the previous resolution, for other resolutions that sometimes come up, whether it be American Indian History Month, whether it be Black History Month, whatever it is, sometimes military, sometimes those can trigger traumatic thoughts. In lots of ways, I want to be very, very respectful of that, and that's why sometimes the thought of having a standing resolution might be easy. Otherwise, though, because of that trauma, it may be the reason why we need to look at these, be mindful of these on a regular basis. This puts action to our words. We start every board meeting with our mission statement. Our vision is there, our goals. This is in keeping with that. I'm also very mindful of the ripple effects. When we isolate one group, we isolate how many more? Who else will we go after? And I think the importance of this is that indeed this particular group has come under particular attack for a variety of reasons. And I also hear people regularly say, but I don't hate them. I will bring it to conclusion. So I do think that this is important in telling not only, in this case, the LGBTQ community, our students, our parents, family members, community members, that we do indeed respect them. We offer them dignity. We offer them inclusion. That's what this is about. And I'll end my comments there because I appreciate what each person has brought tonight to the table to think about, but that we're mindful that we serve all students. Thank you.
Move to extend.
Second.
Is there any other closing comments?
I guess I should put a time on that. Move to extend to 9:30.
Second.
Thank you. Right. All right, I believe that. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the question? Oh, I'm so sorry. The vote.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
All right, thank you. Can we take Eddie's for a few minutes? I need to go back. For 5 minutes, thank you.
You know, in the assembly, they take an ad use like every hour. Every hour. They never proceed more than an hour. It's true, it's true.
Is everybody back? Maggie. Miss Maggie? Mm-hmm. All right, we're back on the record and back on, and on our agenda. I think we're down to information reports, and the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Shane Beam, will make a presentation on the different assessments.
Excuse me. Durham Transportation is first.
Okay. Durham Transportation Report, the administration and Will Zimmerman, Northwest Regional Manager of Durham Transportation, will provide a current bus report.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen if we can see it. Okay. So just to give a little update of where we are at the beginning of the school year. Currently, we're operating 12 more routes. I'm happy to say than we did at the start of last year's last school year. Know that that's not full complement yet, but we are heading in that direction, and we're doing much better than we were last year over year, as far as staffing is concerned. Right now, we have 85 full-time drivers, and by full-time, I mean Monday through Friday, AM and PM, and then 9 with part-time availability. Currently, monitor count, we're happy to say we're actually flush with monitors for the first time since we started the contract with 25 full-time available currently, and adding actually more to those daily, as we'll see going down further slides. Local recruiting efforts, we held a very large recruiting event on August 26th, and it's actually yielded a pipeline that's more than 4 times the size of what we've seen so far in Fairbanks, which is great to see. We invested a pretty heavy investment of over $50K in advertising in any avenue that we could think of: radio, print, social media, TV, job boards. By TV, I mean we took out ads in the local movie theater to play before movies. We had a great success there. 48 attendees and 36 offers extended, which we're currently working through that list. Further recruiting efforts that we're going to continue to do is we still have a full-time dedicated recruiter that's specifically for Fairbanks and no other location that works full-time there, processing applicants and bringing new applicants in. We continue to contract with Web Tactics to maximize our online candidate flow. And due to the success of that hiring event, we're going to hope that continues, and we're going to continue to hold those bi-monthly, which we think is prudent for the Fairbanks market to get the maximum returns on those events. So right now, our pipeline, due to organic and hiring event, we have 7 on top of the drivers that we already have. We have 7 behind the wheel, which is greater than we usually have in Fairbanks. Usually it's between 1 to 4 drivers behind the wheel. Right now, we currently have 7. We have 8 coming right behind them in classroom training right now. And just a huge number that we haven't had in Fairbanks since the beginning of the contract is 35 in background check status. So they've applied, they've made it through, they've called us back, they've been interviewed, we've extended offers, and they're currently working through background check status, and then 10 applicants but besides that. So we have 60 total, just drivers alone in the pipeline currently, which is a far greater number than we've ever had in the 2 years that we've operated in Fairbanks. Monitor pipeline on top of the monitors that we already have. We have 7 more in background check status and 4 in applicant status. Those drivers, or those numbers you'll see, probably will continue to be lower than drivers just because they don't stay in the pipeline long, because it's less of a lengthy process to become a monitor or attendant than it is a driver. So moving into that, we also had great success so far this summer in our maintenance. We continue to have 100% preventative maintenance inspection compliance, as we have since the beginning of the contract 2 years ago. And our current pass rate on our inspection this past time around with the state inspectors was 97.5%, which is among the highest in the state, and it's improvement of 11.5% over the last inspection that we had. And then, it's a short and sweet, since we're just starting school. and open the floor up to questions I'm sure we'll have. This is the strongest pipeline that we've had in over 2 years in Fairbanks. It's the highest monitor count that we've had in 2 years. 11.5% improvement in state inspection results this past summer. And we're going to continue recruiting and retention efforts that are yielding these measurable results that we're seeing, and continue to increase that route count and serve the families in the community. Kind of a quick, trying to make use of time. I know that we're running a little behind schedule, but I'll open it to questions for anybody that has them.
Is there any questions? Okay, Ms. Burnett?
Mine's just a comment. I just want to thank you and all of Durham for your activeness with recruiting and trying to get out there and get drivers and get monitors and such. You guys have really gone above and beyond. So just thank you for that.
We appreciate that. Thank you for recognizing that.
All righty. Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. The first of my questions, thank you, Mr. Zimmerman, for being here and this update and the follow-up from June. I don't know, you or the administration, could you just remind us with these 12 additional routes at this time this year, how many total routes we have operating and what our anticipated full set of routes would be?
Right now we're running 80. The original contract is for 130 routes, which we're obviously far below that. I think haven't had specifics on what, if we would be able to operate those 130, if we could staff them, or if it would be diminished. Those routes are based on pre-COVID contract that was signed pre-COVID, to where the district's needs may have changed from that point. But I don't think we've had those specific discussions, as we haven't really been close to that count yet.
Follow-up, do I understand through the administration, I think our target for this year, though, was lower than the 130. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Dorn, our target would be 115 for our full route count.
Okay. Thank you. And related to that, as tourist season winds down, are some of those people in the pipeline already coming off tourist season drivers, or will those potentially add to that effort that you're doing?
They would potentially add. So although some of these are pre-certified drivers, they're not drivers that are currently worked for us before and have gone to tourism. There's currently, we anticipate, we have a count of 4 right now that would be coming back, assuming that they all do return when tourists, as they have indicated, when tourism season ends. So that would be 4 in addition.
Great, thank you. And through the president, if I could ask that we be sent a copy of the slides. I think this information is very good and encouraging, so I appreciate that. And then I'll put me back in the queue.
Not a problem.
Ms. Burnett, go ahead.
I actually do have a question this time. We had some testimony earlier, and there has been some discussion out there from the public on the Man Cho thing with these trucks that will be on our roads. A lot of people concerned about the trucks passing by and driving by school bus stops and things like that. Have you guys been in contact with Kinross or Black Gold? Have you communicated with your drivers on extra security safety measures, anything like that?
We haven't had any conversations specifically with the drivers. We do have a contact. He's actually a former employee of ours that's over at Black Gold in a management capacity. So we have that open line of communication between our general manager on the ground there and the employee there. I know that there's been some preliminary conversations, and I think an engineering firm engaged regarding evaluating some of the stops. So as that more information comes out, we will be communicating with those drivers that would affect.
Thank you. Your final question, Mr. Dorn?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
There are a couple here. I'll bring them together. It is regarding the ore hauling. So I know we asked about that last June, and appreciate a little bit of the follow-up that you've at least had contact with Black Gold as the trucking company. But what's the plans to really talk to Kinross, since they're the ones who contract and put that in implementation?
currently at our level, since it's Black Gold, it's actually running the trucks. We would be communicating directly with them on a daily basis and it actually benefits us a little bit since they run 24/7. We'll actually get weather reports a little earlier than we would in school districts, but that's the plan, is to keep in contact with them. We'll obviously at a higher than a general manager level be in contact with the district there in the planning of the routes and how that affects. I think we're looking at maybe running some by the end of the calendar year here, but definitely by 2024, we're closing in on those final discussions.
Follow up to that, with those discussions, my understanding is they're going to start running trucks the end of October, not at full capacity, but they're going to be starting to run that. So waiting to 2024, I would just suggest we have a more timely conversation.
Right. For clarification purposes, is full, from what I understand, the full boat of what we'd really be dealing with would be 2024, but we do have some that will be running, and we'll definitely be in more conversations to mitigate any route risks that any engineering firm has identified.
Thank you. And I have two related questions. One is about safety notifications. You indicated that Black Gold might be able to give you some more information or through this process, some weather conditions and those types of things. But in talking to Black Gold rep, he was talking about some hazard apps, and I don't know all the terms. I'm sorry about that. But you are probably familiar with them, but things so they can keep track of where their trucks are, possibly emergency vehicles, possibly buses. And they were talking about, well, these could be available on our buses. And actually even said, well, if the bus company won't pay for them, go to Kinross, and he'd advocate for that. But could you talk about what the plan is for those hazard notifications that could be placed in the buses?
So they wouldn't be directly placed in the buses. It would be a direct line of communication with Black Gold's general manager. We do have GPS software as we're contracted to through Zonar on all of our buses. If they have a specific app that they're looking to develop, I have not heard of that, besides placing our GPS, giving them access or something along those lines to our GPS. But I'm not sure. We can have those conversations with them. I'm not sure if that would be fruitful to them because they don't know the route of where the bus is going next, but maybe that's the next step of development and working with them to identify that. So I don't know of any specific apps that they run. I know that we do have our GPS tracking that we use to identify any issues. And as far as the notifications early in the morning, how we would communicate that to the school district to make determinations on, weather reports, whether a bus would run or not, or, whether there's a weather delay or things of that nature. And we would communicate with those drivers individually on a daily basis as we do already.
Okay, thank you. As I move to my last question, appreciate that comment. Given the conversation I had with Black Gold, they indicated that this is something they would recommend the bus company look at and help to advocate for it. So it might be worth specifically following up on that conversation.
Yeah,
so my last
definitely. I
question
appreciate that. I appreciate
is
that. Yeah.
kind of down the line. I'm really pleased with the efforts. I know it's been a challenging market for labor and on drivers, but I'm looking down the line, especially starting January of 2024, that we'll have an aggravated driver shortage impact. Could you explain whether that is something, they're two different driving experiences, but could you address whether that would be, where that is in your thinking as a bus company and for our community?
Yes, absolutely. So obviously in aggregate, bringing those routes, we will bring those routes back as we have drivers. Of course, we work with the school district, whether it's going to be one route at a time or whether it's blocks of, let's say 5 at a time for routing purposes is how it makes sense. I think, we're looking at, currently those 7 people that are behind the wheel, we're looking to have them out and on the road within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And it's hard to say because you never know who's going to pass a background check or pass a drug test, but 60 people in the pipeline would mean that, to me, that we would have significant increase in route count by January, as you're discussing. I would probably say that the trend would continue, especially once tourism season ends, it picks up even more. And then as we continue these hiring events, as this first one has been successful, I would have no reason to think that continuing ones would not be successful, especially considering, we're going into the season where most of the construction and the tourism shuts down, and our pipeline increases organically anyway at that point. So yes, I would consider, I would, if I had a crystal ball, I would predict that you're going to see a significant increase in route count by January.
I'm sorry, if I could, for clarification. I appreciate the perspective on the increase in routes, but my question is about competition for drivers, particularly that'll ramp up by January because of drivers being hired for the ore haul versus being able to drive buses.
At this point, it's definitely going to be a competition. I do believe that we have enough in our pipeline to where we won't see a significant effect to the community or our pipeline.
Ms. Hardy.
Hi. First, I want to thank you for all the effort that your organization has put into staffing and making sure that we have adequate buses. It clearly shows. This might seem a little bit out there but since we're talking about safety, a community member this week sent me an article about a school bus crash that happened in Ohio last week that ended up killing a 12-year-old boy, and the push there to have seatbelts in buses. And they were concerned about that, and I said I would bring it up to Durham when I had the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, different states require, I'm sorry, go ahead. Different states do require seatbelts or non-seatbelts. What school buses have, it's called compartmentalization. It's how the seat spacing is designed in a school bus that actually makes them extremely safe even without seatbelts. That's why most states do not a lot of states don't require them. You're seeing that more and more. I mean, my take on it is it can be a benefit in certain situations. It's definitely a tragic event. But I mean, as far as seatbelts on the bus, they're designed specifically so that they aren't needed. But we'd be willing to entertain any conversations if anybody feels the need to, hey, maybe we need to take a look at this in Fairbanks. We'd be happy to have those conversations.
Thank you.
Move to extend to 10 o'clock.
Second.
Next on our list is the Executive Director for Teaching and Learning, Chad Bean, will make a presentation on the different assessments that are given and their purposes for each of them, the trends on the assessments that are given, an upgrade on the Alaska STARS and MAPS data from 2023, the TSI and the CSI schools. Oh, it's Ms. Lori? Ms. Lori is doing the report. Okay. What? Oh. Shane. A report on the North Star College. Lori Bean, Executive Director of Alternative Schools and Programs, and Stacy Kennedy, Director of the North Star College, will provide a report on the North Star College. It's just because I miss Mr. Bean coming over and saying something tonight. I keep calling on him to come give a report. We go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having us tonight. I have the pleasure again of introducing Stacy Kennedy, and I want to tell you, she's been a dream, and I could not ask for a better director. She's been wonderful. I can't say enough about her, but she has been quite busy. Thank you. So we are going to start. This is just briefly
Just make sure you're in front of your mic, Ms. Bean. Thank you.
Stacy is our director. We still have Kristen Kelly as our counselor. We hired Greg Stoddard from Lathrop as our teacher and Natalie Tanner as our program secretary. And we added Amy Brister because she is a huge part of North Star College. She works for UAF on their side, but she is another right-hand man or person.
Who's also here tonight?
She's hiding behind the pole back there. And this just gives you a brief description of what our director, teacher, counselor, and program secretary do. Between the four of these individuals, they do everything that a traditional school does with only four of them. So yeah, they do it all. Historically, we started the program in 2021 with 40 students, all seniors. And this year we ramped it up to 90 seniors, 90 juniors. I think we're just below that. They have to have the 2.5 GPA and on track for graduation. Our students can take between 9 and 15 credits. And we disappeared. There we go. And I will let Stacy tell you what they have going on right now.
Good evening. Thank you. So I'm going to just kind of talk about the overview of our program, some of the support structures we have in place, and some of the current data of enrollments. So here's a look at our current enrollment. We have 89 juniors and 85 seniors for a total enrollment of 174 students. And that was as of 8/27 of last week. These enrollment numbers are a testament, in my opinion, to all the hard work our NSC staff and district staff last year did going out to all of our schools, promoting and sharing and advertising about our program with all of our students and families multiple times, making sure that our district had that all of our district had the opportunity to hear about our great program. There's a wide cross-section of students from each high school, and these numbers and percentages seem to be an accurate reflection of our high school's population sizes as well. It's a goal of our program to open the doors to students who may be the first in their family to attend college or never thought they'd have the opportunity to pursue college, as well as those who are college bound. Here's just a look at our demographics and juniors and seniors' current GPAs. Our percentages, after a brief research on the district's data dashboard for the 22-23 school year, seem to be very reflective again of our district's student population as a whole, and again, a wide cross-section of our high school's population in comparison. As long as students are on track to graduate and meeting that 2.5 GPA program minimum, every student is welcome to apply to our lottery. Currently, we have, out of those 174 students, we have 2,545 credits being attained. So that's an average of 14.62 credits per student. Also, our students are able to take up to 2 classes at their area attendance schools. And so this is a breakdown of those classes being offered. 62 students requested classes at area attendance schools. 88 classes were granted or requested, and then 74 were granted. You'll see a few were denied, just mainly due to being full, and a lot of those are those art classes back at their area attendance schools. Some obvious benefits to our program. Students earn both high school and college credits at no cost to them. We pay for tuition and those required textbooks. Students have a supported introduction to college, a dedicated space. Let me add a beautiful dedicated space that we have. Dr. Miner visited Friday and got to see our newly remodeled area, and it's wonderful. So anyways, dedicated space for our students. Juniors could earn up to 60 college credits by the end of their senior year, and current seniors could earn up to 30 college credits. And like I mentioned, students can take up to 2 classes at their area attendance schools, and students can continue participating in those clubs and activities and sports at those schools as well. UAF also has opened up, North Star College students can participate in their intramural programs as well. So as I mentioned, our North Star College students have a supported introduction to college. And that support comes in the shape of designed cohorted classes. So this is a breakdown of how that might look. Our seniors are cohorted together in their college success skills class, as well as their government class. And then during the fall, and then in the spring, that college success skills class paired with economics. And then our juniors, those success skills classes are paired with US history, both in the fall and the spring. So these classes, obviously, they're cohorted together. They're required as part of the North Star College experience. These all occur Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 9, and then typically 9:15 to 10:15. It's just followed by that next cohorted class for ease of scheduling. Professors work with their students to set goals, navigate these college experience, especially with the technology platforms they're being introduced to, teaching how to communicate with other professors, developing strong bonds with peers, mentoring opportunities, learning about social and emotional topics, which help them better understand their changing brains and emotions at these ages, along with additional support from our North Star College staff with current announcements, time for questions. This is really our time as a staff to be able to access our students and provide them that support as a whole. And I put in this information just to kind of show you what our day would look like with some of the courses and times for the students. You'll also take note that our counselor, Kristen Kelly, is teaching a journalism class, as well as Greg Stoddard teaching Writing 111, as well as a professional writing course. He is currently developing World Lit and Writing for the Sciences that could be offered as early as next semester. And these are a few fun pictures of what I consider well, we've had 2 great events, a parent orientation night as well as a student orientation day. And we had a full day for students with various presentations, including campus tours, a Q&A student panel from previous students, which was a great highlight, as well as topics on those technology platforms. The Office of Disability Services came to present, Office of Rights and Compliance and Accountability. You'll notice Nook, the mascot, also made an appearance for us. The collaboration and partnership between UAF and North Star College has just been incredible. And I wanted to just take a moment and say a special thank you to UAF. They have assured that our students are welcomed on campus in a true university spirit. It's been fun to see. One of our main NSC goals is to support students transitioning to college. And so here are a few just sample supports that are currently in place and happening today. We have individual career and college counseling, those college success skills courses each semester, dedicated UAF advisor, dedicated North Star College counselor who works with that advisor, Student Success Center with free math and writing tutoring. This is open to all students, but our NSC staff encourage students to utilize this space. We have work study program on campus that our students are allowed, I'm trying to think of the right word, but they're able to access, and we've been encouraging students. There's many students that are working currently off campus And we've been encouraging them to check into working on campus just for ease of time and scheduling and easy access to 20 hours, or easier access, I should say, to 20 hours per week. And then our students also have access to the Student Recreation Center. And some more academic supports in place for students who may need them. Again, these are open to all UAF students, but during our cohorted classes, students are strongly reminded and encouraged to often utilize these spaces. How do we support our students with 504s or IEP plans? This past summer and still currently, we've been consistently messaging and sending out communication regarding this UAF process to all of our families regarding the Office of Disability Services. And if families wish to access these services, these would be the steps that they take and have been taken. A student seeking accommodations must schedule an appointment with Disability Services. Formal documentation of a disability is required for services. If accommodations are approved by UAF Disability Services, the student is responsible for providing that documentation to each university instructor. Disability Services has also been providing that documentation. I got to see this kind of come full circle with Mr. Stoddard the other morning. He had a couple of accommodations letters come through, and I took a look at them, very clearly articulated what the accommodations were. The student worked closely with Disability Services. They create that letter together, and the process played out by the professor receiving and the student also being responsible in helping deliver that communication. And then students must renew accommodations and distribute documentation for each semester, because those could change depending on the courses they're taking. And just currently, we have 2 students with IEPs, one that is also receiving or taking classes at an area attendance school, so can continue to utilize our services as a district. And then we have 11 students with 504s. And what are students studying? So here's just a list of some of the larger enrollments this semester. And some of the popular courses: rock climbing, Japanese, astronomy, intro to justice. So lots and lots of options. And in closing, we have our graduation ceremony set for May 20th up on campus at Davis Concert Hall. All students will be walking in our ceremony this year. Diplomas will say North Star College. And for this year only, students, it was determined they may also choose to walk at their area attendance school. But we're encouraging students, they'll be the ones helping with that communication with those local schools and helping make that happen. So in closing, I just want to invite all of you to that ceremony, but before that, I hope all of you come up and visit us and see our great student body and seeing them in action as they are transitioning to post-secondary education. It's been a privilege to work alongside such a great team and just be a part of this new being for us. It's a privilege, and it's nice to be back in leadership with the district. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And this time we have Ms. Matheson.
Hi, Mrs. Kennedy. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing. There were a few things there were a few questions that I had. We've got 174 out of the 180 students. Were there any students that were rejected? Were their applications rejected?
Yeah, I kind of came in on the other end of that, where most students had already been accepted. So as the summer progressed, there were a few students applying still that didn't meet those minimum qualifications. Other students just withdrew themselves. So they changed their mind. So there was a fluctuation in numbers. And as those numbers fluctuated, we brought the next waitlisted kids up for review and accepted them up until the first day of school.
I have another one.
Follow-up question, Ms. Mathis?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You were saying that at their area school, sometimes they can't go to those schools, or they can't take a class that they want because like the art classes are full. And when we're met with a hurdle like that, how are you guys taking care of that? Like, are they allowed to take an art class at the university, or?
Yeah, that technically falls to our counselor, Kristen Kelly, and the UAF advisor. I've listened in on a few of those conversations, but yes, if there was a barrier to one school or their local area attendance school, then we tried to find the means to satisfy those credits or those, even just those passions up on campus.
Ms. Hardy?
So kind of a follow-up to Ms. Matheson's, and you, I think, sort of answered it. You added kids from the wait list up until the start of school. Are you going to add any further students to the wait list now that we're below enrollment a little?
Well, they're current. Sure.
Not wait list.
Sorry to interrupt. The wait list, the enrollment is open currently, so anybody can go in and enroll. They'll just be put onto the wait list. And then there's a banner that says, come October 2nd, we'll start reviewing those applications and in preparation for second semester. And registration up on campus, I believe, is November 6th that it opens. And so once registration opens, we want to have like the month of October to review and have those students ready. There's placement tests that have to happen, and there's a few steps to the process to getting registered and fully enrolled up at UAF. So that'll give us about a month to get those students in place and hopefully at a full 180.
You have a follow-up, Ms.?
I have other questions.
Okay, anyone else have questions? Mr. Dorn, you don't have any questions?
No,
Miss-
you already put me in the key.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy, and then Mr. Dorn. If you have extensive lists, I'm gonna ask you to submit it.
You mentioned that there are some students that transfer out at semester. Do we know about how many? I know that it was a very different program last year, and what the effects on their graduation success are when that happens.
I wouldn't know how many. Go for it.
So over the last 3-4 years, it's been, or 3 years, one, maybe two that transfer out at semester and they continue on and they're successful and they graduate.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, we can share our list. I don't have extensive, but I do have several. So thank you for the presentation tonight, and I had a nice visit last spring as they were wrapping up. I'm looking forward to getting up and seeing it this fall now. A couple of questions, and I guess my biggest one is, it's now a standalone high school. Could you talk a little bit about what you're doing to bring it together as a school community?
Well, we just started last Monday officially, so we're a little delayed past the typical school district start date. However, through those student orientation day and our devs classes, that is our time to create those community opportunities. So I've been making many appearances into those classes. And so when those students are all together on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, I do plan to take advantage of that time and start building that, because it is very important. And if you remember anything of how I operated at Anderson Elementary, that's a huge focus of mine. And so I plan on continuing those same patterns of behavior with North Star College.
Yes, and I do remember. You did a great job. So, I look forward to, maybe as we go along, how you're bringing it together and when I come up to visit. My other question right now, and then I'll go back in the queue, is you mentioned Amy Brister, UAF. I know there were several people who were, besides herself, sort of designated from UAF to North Star College. If you could give an update on that, and related to it is that I noticed like Mr. Stoddard is teaching a number of university classes as opposed to, and I guess this is a development. My question with that piece, if you can link the two of them together, is that for students, I had kind of assumed that the teacher position would be helping students who would otherwise have to travel away, maybe come back to campus in order to take a high school class. But these are just college classes that they're teaching for the university. And are those all just North Star College students, or is it open enrollment? So a couple of questions in one.
Yeah, hopefully I can touch on all of that. Our journalism class that Kristen Kelly is teaching is an open class, so she has all UAF students, including ours. Professional writing is a high school credited class, so that is for students that maybe just weren't quite ready for Writing 111 that Mr. Stoddard is teaching. And then he's also offering 2 other sections of Writing 111. I think that answered.
Which are university classes.
I'm sorry?
The 111s are
111s are the
classes
university, but
that are
they
open to anybody.
They are not currently open. They're in
yes.
North Star College students, sorry. Just the journalism class is open.
When you say just college students, you mean North
Just
Star
North Star College
Okay, great.
students,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And these are actually for the administration through the chair. Are our homeschool and other schools of choice given the same opportunity to participate in clubs and sports at our area high schools as the North Star College students are?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Can I ask one more? How has standing up North Star College impacted our offerings of AP classes at our area high schools?
Yeah, that's a question that we've received quite frequently Yep, I've got the data. At West Valley High School, at West Valley High School, we actually have one more AP class this year than we did in past years. At our other high schools, we're down a AP class or 2. So we're still right in that realm of offering the same AP offerings we have in the past. It's something that we'll continue to look and invest in as a school district. There is a lot of fear, this is pretty normal as school districts stand up middle college programs, that AP will go away or some of those upper division credits go away. And that's traditionally not seen, or nor does that materialize in school districts. And so we're still passionate about providing AP classes and upper division classes for students that want to stay at their home attendance area schools, as well as providing a middle college experience for students that are interested in that as well.
Okay. With the 14.62 college credits average that students are taking, if that's the average, are there students who are taking an overload of college credits, or is it that almost virtually everybody is taking, not, there's some exception, not quite taking the full load, but almost everybody is?
All students are full-time students. However, there's a few classes that offer a lab that make them maybe go to 16 credits. So there were those exceptions made on the other end. But for the most part, students are between that 12 to 15 range.
And related to that a little bit, how do you handle, or the professors handle, the drop withdrawal voluntary or involuntary that professors can do. How do you deal with that? And attendance when they're involved maybe in other activities that take them out of town, they're missing classes. We know we have a system within high schools to deal with that. How is that dealt with professors on those three levels? Absences there, drop, withdrawals.
That's part of the critical role of our DEVS classes. We're teaching those skills, is how to communicate with professors, how to take that responsibility as a student athlete and stepping into those conversations. Those aren't easy. They're not easy for 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. And so we're teaching those processes and that responsibility to be in communication with your professors. They all are tasked with reading their syllabi and reminded often to make sure they're aware of what's coming up. Everything's laid out for the whole semester, unlike, well, it does happen in high school classes. However, they're held to it. And so professors are holding them to that, and students need to take that responsibility to have those conversations with those professors. And we're a little over a week in, so we'll see how that plays out. But that's our message, and helping students as they transition to post-secondary education. Those are those conversations that are going to help them be successful and advocating for themselves, whether they're sick or heading out for cross-country, whatever it might be. We need to be communicating with those professors.
Thank you. And I think that's one of the elements of the advantages of North Star College at this point. Okay, I'll still stay in the queue.
Ms. Hardy.
Last one, I promise. And this is, once again, through the chair to the administration. How is our special education department helping to ensure that those students with IEPs are able to access FAPE or their free and appropriate public education in this environment, since they are still district students and that federal obligation doesn't go away just because they are taking college classes? They're graduating from our high school.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think Lori could probably talk to the process that Kate Hall has been involved in with the university. But I'll preface it with that Kate Hall and our special education department has been involved with conversations as we were working on the expansion of the program to ensure that students do have necessary accommodations and modifications available to them. But Lori might have more detail on that.
So like Dr. Meinert said, Kate Hall is working with us. She has assigned somebody to North Star College who can follow up with those IEPs. And again, we only have 2 students, which is nice, but she is keeping us on track and making sure that we follow the law when it comes to our students, because they are still our students.
Ms. Marotti?
Thanks. Thanks for this great overview. I love data. I noticed it's more about the past and present, which is great. We needed to know that. But can you tell me what the future looks like? Like any innovative visioning or ideas while this program grows?
My vision would be that it just continues to grow. I know we're currently budgeted for 180 students, so I guess it turns into a funding concern down the road. But I think students need to have these opportunities, and the lower 48 has been offering these for many, many years. Middle colleges aren't new in the lower 48, so I think we need to continue to open the doors of opportunity for our students, and the more we can grow, the more opportunity for all students to have access to post-secondary education.
So my question would be, out of the population of students who are enrolled in the North Star College, how many of them are taking advantage of the opportunity but may not need that opportunity, would open the door for students who really needed it? If you understand my question, those who could, families could afford it, financially stable, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure you may not even have that information. It's just wondering.
I mean, again, the presentations were given to all students, and I feel like we have a very diverse population, and it afforded the opportunity to those students that may not have been college-bound, but also those ones that were or were going to be. And everybody that was interested and applied was accepted as long as they met those minimum requirements. So I think we opened the doors to anybody that was interested, and we're serving them well.
And are you guys going to be able to track stats for us over a period to see like SPED students first in their family to graduate or things like that that would help even showcase the program even more to show the diversity or the opportunity that this pathway provides our students?
Yeah, give me the data points you would like, and I think it's a fine time to start tracking all of those.
Thank you very much. Mr. Doran.
Okay, my last question for tonight, believe it or not. So, and I think this is more to the administration. And if you don't have the answer, maybe you can get it back to us. And with that, I also want to second what Ms. Hardy said about looking at the ripple effects. And I'm really pleased, encouraged that you're taking that into account as we go through the year. But my question is a budget question. Students who may have parents who are on faculty at the university and get free tuition, how do we get a waiver for them as well, or do we have to pay for them no matter whether they're qualified for a waiver or not? And linked to that is, I know in our budget discussions, North Star College was presented as a net gain for us. It may be early to figure that out, but do we have an idea whether we're on track for that net gain? So the two questions, how tuition waivers are handled for those who qualify for them at the university, and where we're headed financially.
I'll have to check on the tuition waiver piece. I'm not sure how that's worked out and whether or not we've gotten waivers. What I will say is that I'll be having additional conversations with UAF administration about waivers, possible discounts on tuition, and things that we can explore going into our budget season. Because it has been noted here at the board level, we do provide a significant amount of revenue to UAF, not only this year, but probably well into the future. And so if there's things that we can continue to do to keep our costs down, that would be great. Second part of your question?
The other one was, in our budget discussions, North Star College was presented as a net gain to us. Again, it may be early, but
Yeah, my
what's it
understanding
looking
of
like?
that is we needed to hit 125 students this year as that 2-year ramp up to the small school allocation. So I believe we're, okay, Mr. DeGraw says it's too early to tell, but that initial number was 125 students.
Yes, too early to tell, and then I would just clarify, Mr. Doran, it was presented as a net gain from the point in time that the board had approved the initial $400,000 approximate investment in the program. So we acknowledged overall, including those initial $400,000 that we invested in the program, overall, it's not a net gain, but the net gain from that point in time, assuming that initial $400,000 investment continued on into the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are at the portion for our board comments. And I would like to start with Colonel Cole. And thank you, Ms. Bean, for your report on the North Star College.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And thank you, everyone, for my first board meeting. It's a great introduction to the school board, so thank you. I would like to notify the board and the community here that, I am new to the Fairbanks area, as the Garrison, Alaska commander over at Fort Wainwright. I also have 3 children in the school system, 2 at Lathrop High School and 1 at Ladd Elementary School. And my wife is also a school employee. She works at Ladd Elementary School. So I'm excited about being an advisor to the board. And thank you for having me, inviting me to attend as an advisor. And thank you all for attending tonight. So thank you.
Right, thank you. And I also would like to shoot it over to our student rep, Mr. Lopez.
Okay. I just wanted to mention the Ben Allison Town Hall that was held in August on Allison Air Force Base. And there's about 3 main points of interest that was brought up during this discussion that I found were very apparent and needed to be addressed. And also, I'd like to thank Colonel Alvarado and district personnel for putting this event on. So the first point brought up being the lack of some core curriculum classes that are typically offered at a majority of schools in the district, and that becoming a barrier to students' ability to progress in their educational practice. For example, chemistry and physics. A lot of students come from overseas and those are offered, so they expect those to be there. So as a military school, it's kind of hard. 2, the need for upkeep of central track, which would aid in practices and school spirit. And lastly, another major topic was the continued support of the district to keep Ben Allison Junior Senior High School in mind and to continue support for smaller schools that should upkeep the same learning opportunities for all students.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I'd just like to remind the public that there's a policy committee meeting on September 21st, which I know we'll have a meeting right before that, and I'll remind you again. And I wanted to thank the board members for recognizing multiple times my wonderful daughter, who I taught and continue to teach to be honorable and respectful at all times to all people. That's it.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I'll try to be really fast. I wanted to let the listening public know that there's an SAT boot camp that's being offered by Schoolhouse, which is a Khan Academy company. So if your student wants to take the SATs, this is a great opportunity for them to ace it, Also, tennis, cross country, swim and dive, football, volleyball, flag football, and rifle those are our fall sports. They're all in full gear right now. I'm asking our public to go to their school, get some gear, some school spirit gear, and get out there and support our students. Preseason for wrestling is starting. So yeah, go get your gear. Get out there. And if you're interested in coaching or volunteering in a school, touch base with our HR department, or our district website has a lot of information. And our diversity committee meeting is tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. right here. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Ms. Hardy?
I just want to thank our community for coming forward and being involved in this process via email and testimonies tonight and all the other issues. I know sometimes it can be hard, but I am grateful that so many people are willing to be involved in the lives of our students and making sure that Fairbanks has a wonderful public school system. And that's pretty much it.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. A couple of things I want to add to the welcomes to Colonel Cole, and look forward to getting to know you a little bit, and welcome to your whole family for being here. Big thanks and recognition to the teachers and the support staff in getting us off to new school year, welcoming students, welcoming families. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and one of the things years ago when I joined the district that I was very impressed with was the fact that this district gives multiple days before the first day, student day of school, to give for professional development, give teachers a chance to get ramped up. And I've been in districts that didn't necessarily provide that. They said, get here and you start with students the next day. So I appreciate that time that people put into it and the thought. The support actually that we have been so fortunate with retired teachers, in some cases filling vacancies, sometimes short term while we're hiring, sometimes longer term for the semester, depending on needs, or as we've seen some people come back. They retired, but they come back because we have a need for a year or 2 years. But without all of that coming together, our kids would receive less. And so it's that care and dedication we thank them for. I'm really pleased that there will be a number of board members attending the Alaska Association of School Boards Fall Leadership Conference in 2 weeks. I think it's part of that commitment. Every board member here has talked in the past about their commitments to get training, our professional development, and we can't all attend everything, but I think it's just one of that example of the dedication of this board to try and grow as a board. And finally, a big thanks to the Assembly for returning, if you want, or recognizing that the money that we set aside in 2017 for repairs to 2 of our schools, those came in under estimates, and that money is really critical to us as we move forward. We do have challenging funding ahead of us because we've only gotten one-time funding supplements from the state and from the borough. So we will be facing that in the spring. So this is kind of an investment from our community to our funds as we move through this year and prepare for next year. So I want to thank the Assembly for being supportive of that.
Dr. Marner?
Thank you, President Sanderson. I'd also like to welcome Colonel Cole for joining our community. Thank you for your military service and your upcoming sacrifices for serving on this board. So had to join in with that. Thank you to Mrs. Wilkin for her continued advocacy efforts to ensure the safety of our students at bus stops. And as our students are riding school bus, the district has been actively engaged in conversations with Ken Ross, Kinney Engineering, the DOT Advocates for Safe Alaskan Highways, and Durham to ensure we continue to have as safe environments as possible for our students, both on buses and at bus stops. And Mrs. Wilkin has been very helpful in that process. In response to looking at the future of North Star College, one of the things I did want to mention is that I would really like to create a CTE pathway with UAF CTC in the future so that students that are interested in pursuing trades have the opportunity to attend North Star College as well. I want to acknowledge and publicly state that all students and all staff members are welcomed and valued members of our educational community. At the beginning of my tenure here in the school district, I've talked a lot about building a culture of we, and we is inclusive of everyone, as public schools are one of the few institutions that serve anyone that walks through our doors. We are steadfast in our commitment to fostering an environment of inclusivity, respect, and equity for all students and staff. We recognize that diversity is one of our greatest strengths, and we celebrate the unique perspectives and contributions of all students and staff bring to our community. Our district is a place where everyone should feel safe, accepted, and supported in pursuing their aspirations and dreams. I want to thank both FEA and the school board for ratifying the contract, as I'm thrilled to move forward and be able to spend our time, efforts, and attention on our students. Additionally, I understand that not every FEA member may be entirely satisfied with the overall agreement that was ratified, but I do believe we achieved a commendable compromise considering the challenging financial constraints stemming from inadequate state funding. As we move forward, it's imperative that we maintain our unity in advocating for the state to fulfill its constitutional obligation of providing sufficient funding for public education. The pay raises ratified today will have an effect on future budgets, and services to our students will be cut if there's not additional revenue provided to our district. Students represent the future, and the investment we make today will undoubtedly yield substantial dividends for our exceptional state. Let us remember that our students are deserving of these investments. They're an invaluable asset to our community, and it is the state's obligation, constitutional obligation, to fund public education adequately.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
I got lost. I want to hop on that bandwagon and welcome Colonel Cole to our team here at the school district. I've heard really great things, and I look forward to working with you over the next few years. I want to thank our community for coming out tonight and engaging with the school board. For some of you, I know it required vulnerability and it required trust, and I don't take that for granted, not one bit. I want to thank the board for passing the negotiated agreement tonight with FEA and for passing the 2 resolutions. I appreciate the decorum that the board provided tonight, and I look forward to more meetings like we had. For any students still listening, please know that you are seen, you are loved, and you are not alone. And I look forward to celebrating LGBTQ History Month and Indigenous Peoples Day with you. I want to thank everyone that helped put on the annual Defense Forum last week. I was able to hear diverse perspectives about what our military families need and expect from our school districts and our community. What I heard most was a desire for strong partnerships with families, with military families and leadership, and I look forward to working on that with this board and this administration. Lastly, early voting in our community starts September 18th and goes through September 28th. So during that time, anyone registered to vote in the borough can vote at Shoppers Forum. That's at 1255 Airport Way. That's it. Thanks, everyone.
Ms. Barnett?
Thank you, President Sanderson. First off, Colonel Cole, you know the thing, everybody. Welcome. Dr. Minor, thank you for just your enthusiasm and for your just hard work ethic and everything that you have been doing over the last couple months. It has not gone unnoticed by the board, and it is very appreciated. You've heard several of us, and you have implemented action on things that we have asked for. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, administration, for being here late tonight. Thank you to Durham for their also enthusiasm and their extra effort out there to try to get our buses staffed. It's a nationwide thing that's happening right now, and it's not something that is particular to us. So the fact that Durham is going above and beyond is absolutely amazing. This week is West Valley High School's homecoming week. Lots going on there. I've been seeing tons of pictures pop up. Absolutely amazing. There's a tennis game that happened. Actually, that was tonight. And then there's another one that's going on Thursday. You've got football on Friday versus North Pole High School at 3 and 7. Flag football versus Colony and Palmer. Wasilla versus Reddington. That's happening on Saturday. There's so many great events to get out to. Go and see our kids doing what they love, especially during homecoming week. It's one of the coolest. You see those floats out there. You see the parades that they do. It is by far my most favorite time. I am looking forward to making my school visits here now coming up in the few coming weeks. I had to get some work taken care of, but have opened some availability and look forward to reaching out to principals and getting into the schools. I also am looking forward to meeting with Dr. Minor and our administration and seeing what some conversation and concerns have come my way from Hutchinson High School about their shop class, and I know that they would very much like to get projects brought back into the class, and I would like to see what we can do and what that may take, at least a conversation in that direction. Also, funding that has been brought up a few times. Things are going to get crazy here come the spring, and due to one-time funding, we need all the advocacy we can get out there. If you can write emails, start now. I mean, it's honestly never too early to start advocating for funding. We've got some big things coming up. We're going to have another budget season. We'll end up in another negotiation contract here coming in another year or so. There's big things on the horizon, and so advocacy for funding is of the utmost importance. So please get out there, please advocate, please send those emails, make those phone calls, especially coming up here later winter, early spring. It's really important that we make those connections and see what we can do to fund our district the way it needs to be funded so that we can provide everything that needs to be provided. And then last but not least, just a big thank you to the board. Probably one of the most productive meetings we've had in a while, and that's really awesome. I hope you guys all have a fantastic evening. Thank you.
Well, thank you, board, for your comments, and I get the final comment. Again, I just want to thank the board and the staff for your outreach to me and my family. And I really particularly want to say thank you to Mr. Doran because he was able to just shoulder the responsibility, the meetings, and the things that had to be done. And one of the things that I really was looking forward to was being able to just walk across the stage and greet our educators and, you know, welcome them to a beginning of a new year. But, you know, I know he did that and he did that well. And so, you know, thank you to the board for just giving me space because we're cloudy thinking here. But, you know, I'm trying to stay focused to get the work done. And again, this work that we do, I really take it seriously. I've dedicated my life to doing this, just not only 35 years in the district, but on this board. And I do believe that we are a district that do a lot of things correctly, and we do them well. And our students are a direct benefit of those things. We see them accomplishing their life goals and pursuing things that really bring them happiness and completeness in their own lives. And I just want to be a part of that. So again, I just thank the board for their dedication. And as we work on policies and other work that we have in front of us, it is about our students to be able to bring to them the absolute best that we can so that they can pursue and stand tall, that when they walk out the doors away from us, that they'll be ready to take on things that might come their way. They'll be prepared. They'll be able to critical think and really look at situations. And I believe our students are those kinds of students. I believe they're those kinds of people. And I really want to thank the community for standing with us in the work that we do. And that as we move forward, again, we just comment or pony up on what Ms. Barnett said. In the future, we will have a work session between the Borough Assembly and ourselves. And it is our goal as a board to educate them on why we don't touch our federal funds of SPED money, why we don't touch certain grant monies, and why we don't touch our transportation monies, and why we try to budget and spend those monies in ways, other monies in ways that help support our student staff in our district. So I believe that as we have those collaborative meetings with them and bring our points of view into this budget conversation, and hopefully with the election, we'll have people who will be able to think about the funding us to 100% of the cap that we've never been funded in the past. So we still have our work cut out, but I really appreciate this board and the work that it does, and your focus being on students that we can accomplish and provide for them what they need to succeed. And thank you to the administration and staff. And that's all. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.